morning. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. Somebody needed to see me.
We needed to see you, sidebar.
Okay.
unmuted.
It's also.
All right, I'll see you back up here. Yes, we are. Thank you.
Can I get a new one? Mr. Tipton, you want this back? Yes, please.
That's good.
Madam Clerk, do you have the list?
Jurors entering.
Thank you.
Hear ye. All persons having any with the Honorable Justice Diane Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attention, you shall be heard. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this Honorable Court. Please be seated. Please turn up your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Welcome back. Happy Tuesday. We'll start today, as we do every day, with the questions. Were you able to comply, jurors, with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Be able to comply with my order that you not access any social media or go on and take in any news media? Yes. And you still all have open minds? Yes. Thank you, all jurors. For the record, all jurors answering in the affirmative to all 4 questions. We can have the witness back on the stand. Sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes.
You may proceed, Attorney Tipton.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I'm going to return to the home in a minute, but I want to ask you some very specific questions about some of the specific evidence that you testified to yesterday. Yesterday, you were asked about Exhibit 248 that you described as white powder residue on the portion of the rug that was labeled 16-7. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
And this white powder residue, that has nothing to do with what we were talking about on cross-examination about this white coloring or discoloration up in the second floor bedroom, correct? That's completely different.
Yes, completely different.
And I think I heard you say on direct examination that the white powder residue on Exhibit 248 had been sent out to another unit?
Yes.
Examination?
Correct.
And was that the arson unit of the...
Yes.
And right now, as you sit here, do you know what that white powder was?
Yes.
And what was it?
From what I recall from the report, it was baking powder.
Okay, it's baking powder. And Mr. Sheehan, of the rug that was found in Peavy, in the dumpster area, and you've seen photographs where there are additional clumps of what appears to be baking soda or some other substance, correct?
Correct.
And if you know, on those other portions of the rug where you see those clumps, is it your assessment that that's also baking powder?
I don't know. It was not tested.
You would agree, wouldn't you, with me, Mr. Sheehan, that throughout the home that was searched in Cohasset, that not only was there certain items seized that may have been opened, for instance, bottles or containers found in the basement, but there was also items that appeared to be never opened or ever used, correct?
In regards to what bottles?
In
Like,
regards to
what bottles are you talking about?
Well, I'm actually talking about some of the cleaning items that were located in the basement, the mops, brooms, buckets, pails, some of those having the label of Lowe's. They didn't appear to have been used for any reason.
Correct.
And so, if you recall, you testified yesterday about a cabinet that was up above the refrigerator in the kitchen, and you said that in that cabinet there was a knife and also a bottle of hydrogen peroxide, correct?
Correct.
And was that hydrogen peroxide that was found in that cabinet up in the kitchen above the refrigerator, had that been opened?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So it's fair to say, without going down an exhaustive list, that there were numerous items found in Cohasset that had apparently never been used for any purpose. They were still, in, for lack of a better phrase, brand new, unused condition.
From what I recall, but I didn't specifically look at each and every item.
Okay. It's fair to say, isn't it, that in an investigation like this, you're looking for red-brown stains because you told us on direct examination that you were looking for blood, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in no report that you wrote did you ever use the phrase blood spatter or anything similar to blood splatter, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that you did not determine that what you saw anywhere in the house was indicative of blood spatter evidence, correct?
That is correct.
And if you can, sir, can you tell the jury briefly, or in your own words, what you consider to be, as a forensic specialist, blood spatter evidence?
Blood spatter in general is blood in flight.
And it results from somebody, perhaps, stabbing someone with a knife, and in the movement of the knife, blood evidence flies off the knife and spatters onto a surface, correct?
Yes.
And then when you see blood spatter, then you would analyze it and you would look for directionality and things like that to determine the directionality of the blood flowing from an instrument, correct?
I wouldn't be doing that. It would be a assigned bloodstain analyst. It would be done in the lab, however, just not by me.
All right, and I apologize. I really wasn't implying that you would do it, but in describing what blood spatter is, you would agree that that's what some analysts that may examine biological evidence found at the scene, that they would analyze it in that way. They would look for directionality and things like that.
Yes.
And there was nothing in this home that you're aware of that could be described as blood spatter evidence.
That is correct.
You were also asked questions yesterday on direct examination about luminol toward the end, the very end of the direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And you gave a brief definition for the jurors of what luminol is, correct?
Correct.
You saw no evidence of any container that had contained anything like luminol in the Cohasset home, did you?
Correct.
And in fact, you have no evidence that luminol was ever used in the home in Cohasset by anyone, correct?
Correct.
I want to ask you something a little bit about this testing, the instrument that you used for testing. Yesterday, you referred to swab K in Exhibit 216, photograph 1066. If I could have, if you don't mind, Exhibit 216, Ms. Gilman. And those are the swabs that you would then use, that you collected from some of the basement floor stains, the A through G, correct?
Yes.
And could I now have Exhibit 217, photograph 1067? That, what we saw yesterday is, that is a Ceratec instrument, so to speak, that the Mass State Police uses to then analyze something like a stain you would find on the floor, like you did in the basement, to determine if it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And is that, can you tell the jury, when you talked about screening tests and confirmatory tests, was that the screening test or a confirmatory test?
This is the confirmatory test.
Now, there are certain protocols that you, as a forensic analyst, have to use the Ceratec product, right?
Yes.
And without going into it, I think it's fair to say, and you tell me if I'm wrong, whenever you used that instrument, you used it correctly, didn't you?
Yes.
And you don't have any reason to believe that the results that you relied on in testing the biological evidence in this case, that the evidence that flowed from this Ceratec instrument was erroneous, correct?
Correct.
You would agree, wouldn't you, that these instruments are very sensitive, correct?
Yes.
And the protocols actually suggest in using this instrument that you shouldn't use a liquid that is undiluted because it may overwhelm the instrument. So you dilute it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the sensitivity of the Ceratec HEM instrument that you used, by the way, HEM, H-E-M, does that stand for hemoglobin?
It is a, I believe so. I'm not sure if it stands for hemoglobin or not.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. That is the substance of the blood that this testing instrument is testing for, correct?
Yes.
And it's sensitive to the point that it can determine the presence of hemoglobin at the quantity of 20 nanograms per milliliter. That's what it says in the protocols, right?
It sounds correct. I would have to review the protocol.
Okay. And just as I'm going to look for that, I'll just ask you this. 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm correct, aren't I, that a nanogram is 1/billionth of a gram?
Yes.
So 20 nanograms is simply 20 billionths of a gram, correct?
Correct.
That is, and I'm not a scientist like you, but that's a pretty small amount of substance, isn't it?
Yes.
It's something that you can't even see with just your plain old eyes, right?
Correct.
So it's fair to say that in checking this home for blood evidence, that you were using an instrument that if you swabbed an area of the home, you could detect the presence of hemoglobin if it only was there in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Correct.
And the only place in this home in Cohasset that you found anything of blood evidence of significance were those areas you told us about in the basement, correct?
Correct.
May I approach you?
You may.
You mentioned the protocols and that it sounded right when I said 20 nanograms per milliliter. I'm just going to show you page 2 of the protocols. Just ask you to read it to yourself. And after having done that, if you could just look up and tell me you read it. You ready?
Yes.
So, having reviewed that document, do you recognize that document as protocols applicable to the blood testing instrument we've been talking about?
That is the protocol that comes with the Serocheck card itself. We also have internal lab protocols that we follow for the specific testing.
You will agree that the protocol that I just showed you, though, does specifically state that the sensitivity of this instrument is at 20 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
So, when you collect biological evidence at the scene at Cohasset, you're not trying to quantify what it is you're finding, correct?
Correct.
So it can be a very tiny amount, correct?
Yes.
And that tiny amount, and we're talking about something of 20 nanograms per milliliter, you didn't find anything, even in the amount of 20 nanograms per milliliter in that upstairs bedroom we talked about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say as we moved through the house, you didn't find anything, a minuscule amount of biological evidence of hemoglobin on the stairway, correct?
Correct.
Nor did you find it in the living room area that you examined, correct?
Yes.
Yes, no, you did not find it.
Correct.
That's fine, it's my fault. And you did not find it anywhere in the kitchen area, correct?
Correct.
So somebody can try to clean a floor, and somebody can try to clean a bathroom area. But if they leave something as small as 20 nanograms per milliliter of biological evidence, this instrument that you rely on could detect it, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Could I have exhibit number 97, please? You see the rug in exhibit 97?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that rug is the rug that you testified to yesterday?
It looks similar, but I can't confirm if it is or not.
And do you recognize the room that that rug is in with the fireplace?
Yes, this looks like the first floor living room.
Okay, and that's the room that you examined, correct?
I did not do a full examination. It was one of those areas that I did a brief visual exam as I was walking through to the second floor and first floor.
All right, if you can take down exhibit 97. Thank you, Ms. Gilbert. In any event, when you went into that living room, whether you made a cursory inspection, and no one told you could only spend a little bit of time in the living room, that's fair to say, right?
Correct.
You could spend as long as you needed to find whatever it was you were looking for, and that was blood, right?
Yes.
And you could have torn up the floor in the living room like they did up in the second floor room if you had any reason to believe that there was blood or biological evidence in that living room, correct?
Correct.
And you could look for what we just talked about, the blood spatter evidence on the fireplace that you see in Exhibit 97. You could do all those things, but what happened was when you went through the living room, you saw nothing that gave you pause to look at that room for biological evidence other than walking through it, looking, and then moving on to another area, correct?
Correct.
And that rug that is seen in Exhibit 97 lying on the floor, there was simply no evidence on the floor area in front of the fireplace that there was any biological evidence of any significance. And when you, right, let me cut that off, right?
Correct.
And when you were examining that area, and was that on January 9th or January 8th?
January 8th.
So when you were examining that area on January 8th, that rug wasn't there, was it?
Correct.
So that entire floor was in plain view, wasn't it?
Yes.
And it'd be pretty easy, wouldn't it, for or any one of your colleagues examined that particular area of the floor to see if there was any biological evidence on the floor where that was happening, correct? And you testified yesterday extensively on direct examination that there are numerous parts of pieces of rug that you examined, and you told the jury about the red-brown stain you saw on that rug and those pieces, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever, as one of the forensic scientists involved in this case, did you ever piece together the fragments of the rug that you testified to yesterday?
I did not. That would not be my unit if it was requested for analysis.
Do you know if anybody did in the Mass State Police crime?
Not that I'm aware of.
I want to turn your attention now briefly to the knife that you testified to yesterday that was found in the cabinet above the refrigerator, okay? And if we can have Exhibit 201, please, Ms. Gilman. Once again, that's the cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And inside that cabinet, you found a knife, correct?
Correct.
And inside that cabinet, we see various items, including boxes, what appears to be bottles of hydrogen peroxide.
Yes.
And we also see can you tell the jury what they see in the right side of Exhibit 201, another container with a red label and white lid on it?
That is hydrogen peroxide wipes.
Okay. And were those wipes also in apparent brand new condition? They hadn't been opened?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could we have Exhibit 202, Ms. Gilman? And if I may, do you know, Mr. Sheehan, if then when someone was taking this photograph, if that is the exact condition of how the knife was found?
Yes, it is.
And that was after someone removed, and I say someone like one of your colleagues, they removed that bottle of hydrogen peroxide and those wipes.
Yes.
You told us yesterday that there was a screening test conducted on that knife, correct?
Yes.
But there was no confirmatory test, correct?
Correct.
It's fair to say then that you, as you sit here today, you can't tell us whether whatever you characterized as screening test results as possible blood, you don't know if it's blood or not, do you?
That is correct.
And since you didn't do a confirmatory test, you certainly can't tell us that it was blood, correct?
Correct.
And you told us that on item number 1-8, which is the knife, Exhibit 215, that you otherwise didn't see any visible stains, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say, if I understand your testimony from yesterday, that on this knife that was found above our refrigerator, you neither saw any visible stains, red blood stains, and you don't know what it was on the preliminary screening test, whether it was blood or not, correct?
Correct. It was only a screening test positive.
And if you know, Mr. Sheehan, that sample that you collected from that knife was never subjected to any further testing.
Correct.
So there is no evidence whatsoever that that knife had any biological substance on it, like blood at all, right?
Aside from the positive screening test, no.
But the screen test doesn't tell us it's blood.
That is correct.
If I could have, Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 208. Yesterday, you see that photograph, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And you described that as the bottom basement step in the Cohasset home, correct?
Correct.
Do you know how that step came to become broken, or however you want to characterize it?
I was notified that someone, when they were doing a preliminary search around the house, had stepped on it and it broke.
Okay. And so you don't know if it was cracked before that person you just described actually then completely broke this stair, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea, as you sit here today, what condition that stair was in when it then thereafter was reported as being broken by, I'm just going to say, one of your colleagues or one of the Mass State Police people?
Correct.
But you did say that there was a blood stain that's indicated there on the bottom piece of wood lying on the concrete floor.
It was a red-brown stain. I did not do confirmatory testing in the lab on this one.
Okay, so we don't know if that stain is indicative of blood or not.
It is indicative of blood, but so it had screened positive, but no confirmatory testing was done.
Okay, but you can't, it could be blood though.
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, Mr. Sheehan, that who specifically from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, other criminalists, were there examining the home on January 8th and January 9th?
On January 9th, briefly, Davis Gould was there before he had went to do the Volvo and to do the examination at the trash collection site.
And also, do you know a trooper named Stephanie Devlin?
Yes.
And she was there, correct?
Correct. She's assigned to the crime scene services section. She's the one that took majority of the photos.
All right. And she was involved in also not only taking the photos, but was she also involved in conducting and assisting in conducting latent print examination?
Yes.
And who else was there?
I would have to refer to my notes. There was a large amount of people there from both the crime scene services section and the detective unit.
Do you know of anyone named Sullivan?
Heather Sullivan?
Well, there's two, I guess. Heather Sullivan. Tell us about Heather Sullivan.
She was assigned to the crime scene services section, and I believe she was the one who took photos of everything at the trash collection site.
Okay. Are you familiar with any other Sullivan who is a trooper that was at the scene examining the home at Cohasset?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. And could you just estimate, as the best you can from your memory, how many people from the Mass State Police were there examining the home? Let's start on January 8th.
I would approximate about 10.
Okay. And how about January 9th? Once again, we understand it's an approximation.
I'd say about 15.
And it's fair to say that both on January 8th and January 9th, that those people were there for all day doing their work, correct?
Correct.
And their work included looking for any evidence and examining every single room in that house for it, correct?
Correct.
When you differentiate between the crime lab and crime scene services, can you just briefly, once again, tell the jury the difference between the two units?
So the crime scene services section is essentially the sworn division of criminalistics. They do all of the testing for fingerprints and any type of impression evidence, as well as documentation with both photo and video. We are both criminalistics and crime scene services are under the umbrella of the crime lab.
So they're trained professionals with combined years of experience looking for any and everything that could be significant in the investigation of a case, correct? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And when you're working with groups like that, number of people, 5, 10, is it fair to say that when you get together at a crime scene or where you think a crime was committed, you collaborate, you talk with each other about what you saw or what you might not see? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that in the course of an investigation like this, you would then review perhaps your colleagues' reports or their notes, so you have a better idea of the entire scope of the investigation.
Correct.
And you rely on those reports, don't you, to be accurate and to reflect what was found at a scene, correct?
Yes.
And so there's something called field notes that you and your colleagues fill out, correct?
Yes.
And those field notes are handwritten, correct?
Yes.
And what you do is and tell me if I'm wrong, you fill out specific things in handwriting as you're making observations are shortly thereafter, and then later on you take those handwritten notes and you put them into a typewritten report, correct?
Correct.
And those field notes are included in the file and the case-related file, the criminalist file, the CSS file, regarding a particular case like this one, correct?
Correct.
Now, yesterday, I asked you if you were aware of the fact that in one or more rooms, if baseboards have been removed to examine a particular room, correct?
Correct.
And I apologize. I implied that it was one of your reports. You said, I don't remember that.
I believe so.
But it's fair to say that, based on your review of your colleagues' notes of examining this Cohasset home, in fact, the notes, and field notes, and the reports do indicate, at least in some instances, that baseboards of certain rooms were removed as you and your colleagues were searching for any evidence of biological life.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Judge, before I ask this next question, I think maybe I come to sidebar.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Sheehan, you told us a moment ago that you do collaborate with your fellow colleagues at a scene like this,
Yes.
and that you do review their reports and their notes so you get a better picture of the entire scope of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you said you acknowledge that you know who Trooper Devlin is, correct?
Correct.
And did you, in fact, review her reports in conjunction with all your other colleagues' reports specific to the examination of the home at Cohasset?
Yes.
And it would be pretty important, wouldn't it, Mr. Sheehan, for you to look at something in this particular home, Cohasset home, on January 9th, and it would be important to you to know that that's something like discoloration on the floor that you observed on January 9th had not been observed there on January 8th. Would that be important to you in assessing the scope of the evidence that was being looked at?
In regards to my examination, I don't believe so.
Do you recall reviewing Trooper Devlin's notes regarding whether the discoloration on the second floor bedroom was not seen on January 8th?
I would have to actually review her notes again. I definitely reviewed her report, but in terms of her actual field notes, I did not review.
I'd ask for the court's permission to approach the witness with the report.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
May I approach your office?
You may.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Sheehan, I'm showing you a two-page report. Can you just tell us if that report indicates whose report it was?
Yes, it does.
And whose report is it?
Trooper Stephanie Devlin.
And that would be one of the reports that you just told the jury that would be one of the reports you'd review in the context of the investigation you did.
Yes.
And I would ask you, if you would, sir, to read to yourself this second numbered paragraph. Just read it to yourself and then look up and tell us when you're done.
Okay.
Does Trooper Devlin's report indicate that the discoloration that was observed on January 9th was not observed on January 8th up in the second bedroom?
As to that form sustained,
Does the content of that second paragraph of Trooper Devlin's report refresh your record? recollection about whether the discoloration in the second floor bedroom upstairs was not seen on January 8th, but was seen on January 9th?
In terms of her report, I did not visualize the bedroom on the first day, so I can't say for certain if it was there or not. I would have to go by her report.
So her report does not refresh your recollection?
Correct.
I want to focus now your attention on what was described yesterday as dark gray slippers, item number 9-27. If I could have Ms. Gilman exhibit 230. You recognize that, don't you, Mr. Sheehan?
Yes.
And that is an item that has been marked as 9-27?
That is correct.
And you described for the jury yesterday that there was red-brown stains on both sides, correct?
Correct.
Top and bottom, correct?
Yes.
And you went into some detail on direct examination describing how you took pains to try to collect samples from the interior of Exhibit 230, item 927, to try to find, quote, skin cells. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were purposefully trying to avoid collecting red blood cells or collect samples from what you perceive to be red blood cells. I'm sorry, red blood stains.
Yes.
You actually used the word control. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. You did use the phrase to avoid, quote, cross-contamination, correct?
Yes.
What did you mean by cross-contamination?
During a sample collection, if there are visible red-brown stains in an area, I would try to avoid that when collecting for potential recovery of skin cells. Knowing that these red-brown stains could be potentially blood, I wanted to avoid combining a skin cell collection with a blood collection.
And what was the purpose then of trying to collect, quote, skin cells, epithelial cells?
The skin cells themselves would help identify a person who would have been using the item or wearing them, how they would normally be worn.
And you have no direct knowledge of how, of who these slippers are, do you?
I don't.
And you have no direct knowledge how any of the red-brown staining came to be onto this Exhibit 230, do you?
I don't.
And do you, in fact, know, Mr. Sheehan, exactly where these dark gray slippers were found?
I don't recall which trash bag, but they were recovered from the trash collection site.
And so do you know what specific bag these slippers were found in?
No, I don't.
And I'll just ask this. We understand. You then can't tell the jury what other items were found in the same bag that these slippers were found in, correct?
Correct. I would have to review the case file.
You are aware of the fact that a number of bags, black bags, were found at a dumpster site in Peabody, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever go to that dump site?
I did not.
And you are aware of the fact that there was a compactor. Aside from the dumpster, there was a compactor that was also searched that resulted in the bags being found, correct?
Yes.
And a compactor is different than just a dumpster bin. It's a compactor that pushes items and condenses them into a smaller physical size so it can collect more trash or garbage or debris, correct?
Correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that when you're concerned for cross-contamination, and you were taking pains, as a forensic analyst would, to try to avoid cross-contamination, it's fair to say that when things are put into a bag and compressed by a compactor, they are pressed together with whatever else is in that same bag, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
And so when they are pressed together in a compactor, they are pushed together and they can then be cross-contaminated, correct?
Objection. You can answer it.
Correct.
And so when you look at these items as a forensic analyst, and you did so, when you see something like hair that may have been attached to an item like the slippers, you have no idea if that hair was on the slipper when it was put into the bag, or if it came to be on the slipper because of the compression that resulted from being compressed by compact.
That is correct.
So I guess the next question is this. When we look at these photographs of various pieces of evidence, like these gray slippers, the dark gray slippers, and other pieces of evidence that you look at, the photographs are not representative of how that item may have appeared before it was placed in the bag, correct?
Correct.
As to that, form sustained.
The photographs do not depict how an item, right there, if I may go. The photographs that have been placed into evidence of certain items may not depict the condition that a particular item was in prior to being deposited in the black bag.
Correct.
Could you take that down, Ms. Gilman? Thank you very much. And yesterday you testified to some hair that you examined, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to Exhibit 232, you examined 2 of the hair fibers that you found, correct?
Yes, from item number, I believe it was 9-18. Sorry, 9-28.
9-28,
Yeah.
yes. And one of the 2 hairs that you examined, you determined was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
And then the other hair you examined was consistent with animal hair, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware, Mr. Sheehan, that, I've been calling you Mr. Sheehan. You're not a trooper, are you?
Correct.
Okay, so I've been right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of the fact that there was an animal that also resided at the Cohasset home?
Yes.
During this period of time?
Yes.
And and are you aware of where this hair that you were examining, Exhibit 232, was found in the Cohasset home?
From what I recall, it was found from the trash area.
Okay. The trash area of Peabody?
The trash collection site.
Okay. And you also told the jurors yesterday about another exhibit of hair, Exhibit 250, correct?
Which exhibit is that?
That was a hair clump?
The item number was 16-12.
Okay, could we have Exhibit 250? Is that the item 16-12?
Yes.
And that would be Exhibit 250?
Yes.
And the hair found in this exhibit, what is that substance that we see in the photograph?
I do not know.
So it was never examined?
No.
And, of course, it'd be very important to determine if that substance that we see in in this exhibit, if that substance that the hair rests on was skin tissue or anything of the sort, correct?
Visually, it did not have any visual similarities to skin tissue.
So there's no question in your mind, as a forensic analyst, that that has anything to do with someone's skin tissue. But as you sit here today, you don't even know what it is.
Correct.
And the fact that we saw an exhibit, and it's Exhibit 233. Could we have Exhibit 233, please? This exhibit was indicative of Exhibit 232, and it's the hair that you described as consistent with human hair, correct?
Correct.
And it's the root section, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree, wouldn't you, that a hair that contains the root, that hair falls out naturally, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's nothing to indicate nefarious about the fact that there is a root attached to this hair?
Correct.
It's just the fact that when you examine this, you examined it with the protocols that you use, and you made a determination based on its structure, as the term you used, that it was consistent with human hair, correct?
Yes.
When you use that phrase, consistent with human hair or consistent with animal hair, what you're saying is you can't say positively that it's human hair, but it's consistent, correct?
With this root, you can confirm it's a human hair. If it did not have a root, it would have to be consistent with.
Okay. With regards now to these various items and tools that you testified to yesterday, and I'm talking about the hacksaw and the hammer and things like that, correct?
Yes.
All of what you told this jury, without repeating the labor, all of that is, it's fair to say that you're unaware of exactly where those tools were found, other than they were found in that compactor dumpster area that you, correct?
Correct.
And as you sit here today, you're not sure what particular bags those tools were found in, correct?
Correct.
And so, even though you detected the presence of red-brown stains and determined that some of those stains had hemoglobin in them, you can't tell the jury how that biological evidence came to be on each and every one of those tools. You just can tell us there was biological evidence on those tools, correct?
That is correct.
And once again, the biological evidence that you detected on those tools could have been on any one tool or more, could have been deposited as a result of transfer, correct? Or, as you called it, cross-contamination, correct?
That is correct.
Let me just ask you a couple of questions about the testimony regarding a hatchet that you testified to about yesterday, right?
Yes.
You did detect something that you described as greasy or oily film or something on that hatchet, right?
Yes.
You never did examine what that greasy or oily film was, correct?
Correct.
You never did any further testing of anything on the surface of that hatchet with regard to the greasy or oily residue that you saw to determine if, in fact, it was an oily residue that was deposited on a tool to prevent it from rusting or things like that, correct?
The testing that I did was the screening test for blood, and it was in the same area as the hatchet head.
But other than that, other than trying to determine if there was a presence of biological evidence, you did not specifically try to determine what the greasy, oily residue was. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you certainly didn't, well, I shouldn't put it that way. You didn't take any effort to try to go to a particular store, find the exact same tool, and see if that tool contained a greasy, oily residue, did you?
I did not.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chief.
Redirect.
Briefly. Mr. Sheehan, do you test all areas of a potential scene?
I do not.
Did you test all areas of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
No.
Why not?
I tried to identify the most forensically relevant areas and move from there.
And what are the reasons that testing could be negative?
It's possible that a particular biological substance was not present, and it's also possible that it was present at some point, was cleaned off, or it is present and to the point where it is not detectable by the tests.
So how does cleaning a house impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
If it was thoroughly cleaned, I would imagine the test results would be negative.
Does washing the walls impact your ability to find blood?
Yes, it does.
What type of cleaning materials would impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Virtually any type of cleaning material, bleach, alcohol, ammonia, anything, even water if it dilutes the sample to an extensive amount.
Would hydrogen peroxide impact your ability to find blood or trace materials?
Yes.
Are there other ways that blood can be destroyed or diluted?
Really any type of cleaning materials, as well as environmental factors such as extreme heat.
Did you test? Actually, if I could have published for the jury, Your Honor, Exhibit 21. Well, that's not the right exhibit. One moment. Skimmin, we're looking for 7236. Photo 7236. Thank you. Do you recognize that room?
Yes, this is the living room.
And this is the living room from when you were there during the search warrant, is that correct?
Yes.
And what do you recognize in front of the fireplace?
There is some looks to be a repair work around the brick, as well as a carpet.
So there was a carpet there when you were there over the hardwood floor on January 8th and 9th of 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is not the carpet that you tested in the lab. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know what the objects looked like before they went into the bags that we just talked about, that you talked about on cross-examination?
I don't.
And do you know what the objects looked like if they went into the compactor at all?
I don't.
So do you know where those bags went?
The bags were, as far as I know, the bags were recovered from the trash site. I'm not sure where exactly they were recovered from before that.
I might have one moment.
You may.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Just a couple of questions. When you looked at Exhibit 21 just now, you said you could describe that fireplace as having what looked like a repair work, right?
Yes.
Did you examine it?
I did not.
Would you agree that also what's depicted in Exhibit 21 could be foam that's taped around the fireplace to prevent a small child from hitting their head on the corner of brickwork? Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Thank you.
The witness may step down. Jurors, in light of our late start today, I'm going to keep on. Everybody good? Thumbs up. You may call your next witness.
We'll call Bryce Raymond.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Just watch your step for me.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Bryce Raymond, R-A-Y-M-O-N-D.
Could you please tell?
Bryce, B-R-Y-C-E.
Could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from Penn State University and a Master's of Science in Biology from Tufts University.
And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm currently a Forensic Scientist 2 in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Since June of 2019.
And can you please tell the jury your present duties in the DNA unit and the nature of the work that you do?
Yes, as a Forensic Scientist 2, I am in charge with processing evidentiary items through our DNA lab processing, as well as interpreting and making any conclusions to known standards.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received at least 6 months of specialized training in which I read all the protocols and procedures at the lab. I attended lectures and took quizzes, as well as worked on mock evidentiary items through the lab processing. And at the end of testing, I take a competency test.
And did you pass that competency test?
Yes, I did.
So does your testing and training stop after that initial 6-month period?
No, every year we have to do at least 8 hours of continuing education in order to stay knowledgeable in the field.
And do you continue to be tested at the lab?
Yes, we do.
And what kind of testing is that called?
That's called a proficiency test.
And how does proficiency testing work at the lab?
Yeah, so twice a year we have to take a proficiency test to continuously show that we have the skills and knowledge in order to perform DNA analysis. This is given by an outside accrediting body, and when we complete our work, we send in the results to that accrediting body for them to grade.
And what are the results of your proficiency testing?
I have passed every one I have taken.
So approximately how many samples have you had the opportunity to analyze for DNA testing?
Approximately 2,000.
And have you testified before in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Does the Massachusetts DNA unit at your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, we do.
And who sets those protocols and procedures?
They are based on some accrediting bodies, such as the FBI, as well as validations that are done at the lab.
Well, you anticipated my next question, which is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, accredited?
Yes, we are. We are accredited by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, as well as the FBI Quality Assurance Standards for DNA laboratories.
And what does accredited actually mean?
That means we are following a specific set of standards to make sure that the scientific work that we are performing is accurate and reliable.
And is that a national accreditation?
Yes, it is.
And does your work undergo any kind of review process?
Yes, all work goes under 2 different types of review processes, a technical review and an administrative review.
And is that review process required under the accreditation standard?
Yes, it is.
And so if you could just explain technical and administrative review, please.
Yes, a technical review is one that is done by a qualified analyst that takes a look at your work to make sure that you followed all the proper protocols and procedures and made sure that any conclusions you made are scientifically sound. An administrative review looks over the file to make sure there's no spelling mistakes, no grammar mistakes, all the pages are numbered and initialed, and other administrative things such as that.
And why is that all important?
That's important to make sure that we provide the best quality work that we can.
I now want to talk about DNA. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the genetic blueprint of life and what makes you, you. You inherit your DNA from your parents, so you get half of your DNA from your mom and half of your DNA from your dad. And no two individuals have the same DNA profile except for identical twins.
Is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes, so whether we test blood, saliva, hair, skin, we should expect the same DNA profile if they came from the same person.
So what type of biological material can DNA be found in?
So that can be blood, saliva, skin, hair, sweat, urine, anything biological.
So can you explain generally the process that is used for forensic DNA analysis?
Yes, at the lab we have a 4-step process. The first step is extraction. This is when we break open the cells and collect the DNA. The second step is quantitation or quantification. This is when we can get an estimate of how much human DNA is present as well as how much male DNA is present. And that's so we can target an appropriate amount for the third step. And that third step is amplification. This is when we make millions and millions of copies of specific areas on the DNA and are fluorescently tagged. And then the fourth step is separation and detection, also known as capillary electrophoresis. This is when we put the DNA on an instrument that separates out the DNA by size and has a camera to detect those fluorescently tags. And that produces raw data.
And what is the goal of that raw data?
The goal of that raw data is to then be read by an interpreting analyst in order to interpret the DNA profile.
And what is a DNA profile?
A DNA profile, so the specific areas that we are copying during amplification is called STRs, or short tandem repeats. That is just areas on the DNA that repeat different lengths for a person. So one person could have 5 repeats, another person could have 6. And it's the combination of all those numbers is what makes up a DNA profile.
So how many locations are you testing?
We test 26 locations as well as a sex determining location.
And what is batch testing?
Batch testing is what we do at the lab and is a common practice in forensic science, in which if many items need to be processed for the same lab step, one analyst will process all those items at once on the same instrument.
So why do you use batch testing?
We do that for efficiency, as it is better for one analyst to process, say, 50 items at one time on one instrument than 50 analysts trying to process one item each on the same instrument, one after each other.
Is there a protocol that you follow prior to retrieving any evidence to prepare your lab area to avoid contamination?
Yes.
So how do you avoid contamination?
To avoid contamination, I first put on protective personal equipment, and that can include a lab coat, a mask, a hairnet, and for me, a beard net. When I go to my lab bench, I also put on gloves, and I spray the lab bench with bleach, clean that off, and lay down lab bench paper before I proceed with any testing.
So why do you use bleach?
The bleach is to destroy any DNA that may be present on the lab bench.
And why do you use bench paper?
We use bench paper to prevent any contamination from items that I may be testing to be deposited onto the lab bench for the next person.
And why are you wearing PPE?
The PPE is also to prevent any DNA that I may touch to go over to another lab bench or any of my DNA to be deposited on the items.
And once your area is prepared, can you please tell us what you first did and what you first do with items that you're going to sample?
Yes, so for sample preparation, I get a list of items that have been selected for DNA analysis. I get those items out of storage in our secured walk-in room. I take that container of evidence back to the lab bench. I scan it into my custody and take a photocopy. I then open up the container, grab the items that I need, and put those aside ready for testing. I seal up the container with my initials and date and put the container away.
And did you work on lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I did.
And what did you initially do to prepare the samples for DNA analysis?
I did sample preparations on some items.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you specifically about samples. Did you prepare samples 5-1.1, sample from swabs of red-brown stained K on basement floor, 7-10.3.1, sample from the stained area C on the blade of the hacksaw, 7-10.4.1, sample from the handle of the hacksaw, 9-22.1.1, sample from stain A on white towel number 1 with red-brown stains, 9-28.1.1, sample from stained area A on apparent hairs, 9-31.1, sample from cutting of red-brown stain from piece of rug from bag number 5 from 300 Forest Street. Did you prepare samples from those?
Yes, I did.
So after preparing the samples, what did you next do?
After preparing the samples, I then did the first lab step of extraction.
And how did you do the extraction step?
Yes, to each of the tubes along with the controls, I added chemicals to the tubes and put them in an oven, and that is done to break open the cells in order to free up the DNA. I then take those tubes and put them on an instrument that separates out the DNA and puts them in a separate tube in liquid form, and that tube is called an extract.
Did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
What equipment did you use?
I used an oven, and the instrument was an Easy One robot.
And how did you use the equipment?
For the oven, I just placed the samples in and took them out. For the Easy One robot, I put the samples on the robot and then programmed the robot with the proper protocol to use for the extraction and collection, and then got the tubes off of the robot when the process was done.
And I think you said that that is now called, well, what is that now called?
That is now called an extract.
Okay. And then what did you do next?
Next, I took a small portion of the extract, known as an aliquot, and put that into a separate tube and prepared that for the second step of quantification.
So now we're on step number 2?
Yes.
Okay. And what items did you do quantification for?
The same items that were previously mentioned.
And how did you perform the quantification step?
Yes, so for each of the aliquots, I put a portion onto a 96 well plate along with other chemicals. I then placed that 96 well plate onto an instrument, and that instrument does a series of heating and cooling, and that produces the data that gives us the estimation of DNA.
So I believe you just named the equipment that you used.
Yes, it is a real-time PCR system.
Okay. And so how did you use that equipment?
So I put the 96 well plate onto the instrument. I then used the computer program associated with it to say that to start the quantification process. And then after it was done, I collected the data off of the equipment and then put it on our computer drive.
And then what did you do next?
After that, I discussed the quantitation results with the interpreting analyst of this case, who is summoned Salim.
And then what did you do?
Then we came up with how to do amplification strategies for each of the items. And then once that was decided, I went forward with the third step of amplification.
So step number 3 is amplification.
Correct.
And what items did you perform amplification for?
Those same 6 items.
That we previously named.
Correct.
Okay. And how did you perform the amplification step?
Yes. For each of those items, I got the extracts, and I either used all of the extract or a portion of the extract to target an appropriate amount of DNA for testing.
Let me just stop you for a second. What's extract?
Extract was the product from the first step of extraction.
Okay. And now finish your answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yes. So for those samples, I added chemicals and put them into an instrument known as a thermocycler. And that also does a series of heating and cooling, which makes the copies of the DNA that are fluorescently tagged. And at the end of that process, the tube is now known as an amplicon.
And then what did you do next?
Next, after the amplicons were done, I then proceeded on to the fourth step of separation and detection.
And which items did you do the fourth step for?
The same 6 items that were mentioned.
So you did all the steps of DNA for those 6 items.
That's correct.
And how did you perform the detection step?
Yes. Of the amplicons, I took a small portion of each amplicon and put it on a 96 well plate, added chemicals to the plate. I then put that plate onto an instrument known as a 3500 genetic analyzer. I then programmed the genetic analyzer to perform the separation and detection. And then the instrument separated out the DNA fragments by size and with the camera detected those fluorescent tags.
And then what happens next?
After that data is generated, I take the data off of the instrument and put it on our computer drive.
And then what happens?
After I'm done, I let the interpreting analyst know that data has been collected, and I hand over any worksheets that I generated to them.
And who does the interpretation?
In this case, it was summoned Salim.
So you did not do the interpretation here?
I did not.
I might have one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just a few questions. Mr. Rigg. Good morning.
Good morning.
And you've taken a lot of proficiency tests. You've passed them all, correct?
Yes.
You take pride in what you do, don't you?
Yes.
And you're running these machines, the analyzer and everything else, and you're running them consistent with the protocols that are required to be followed to run them accurately, correct?
That is correct.
And what you do is you depend on the fact that the samples that you get for testing are samples that will result in reliable results, correct?
Correct.
But what is your height at the lab?
I am a forensic scientist too.
Okay. And are there forensic scientists 3 and stuff like that? Forensic scientist 1?
Yes.
Okay, but you're a 2, correct?
Correct.
And with your knowledge and experience, you would be, it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea what you subjected to DNA testing came from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you have no idea how they were collected, wherever they were collected from, correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, you can tell the jury that at times when you conduct testing like you just described, the results will indicate that there are mixtures of different DNA in a particular sample, correct?
That is correct.
And whenever you get the results that result in a mixture, you can't determine, as a forensic scientist 2, or for that matter, forensic scientist 3, you can't tell how those 2 different substances came into contact with each other, resulting in a mixture, correct?
Our testing does not determine how DNA got onto an item.
And hopefully it's a simple question. Your DNA results do not tell you anything about what happened at a, let's just call it a crime scene, what happened at a particular scene or where they were collected, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
So jurors, with that little extra bit, we'll take our morning break. We'll be back in 20 to 30 minutes.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. Follow me.
Does anyone need anything?
Could I bring one housekeeping order to Your Honor?
Yes.
Defense had asked for a potential voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, and he's going to be available here. So I thought before the jury comes back from the luncheon recess, we could do that brief voir dire, and I could call him as the next witness in order after that.
From the lunch recess or from this recess?
Well, I don't even know if he's physically here right now.
All right.
But,
I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
yes, but I thought the lunch recess, I thought that he was going to be here either by 11 or 1. I just want to make sure he's in the building.
All right. Speaking of that, I'd like to talk to you about scheduling. Why don't I talk to you at the side of the bench?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have a non-Mutlu witness ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call that witness.
Thank you.
I'll have the jury back in.
I'm sorry?
I'll have the jury back in.
My apologies. Do we have Mr. Mutlu? Jim? Mutlu?
No, you didn't hear me.
I'm sorry.
I asked you, do we have, maybe I shouldn't be so abbreviated with my words. Do you have a non-Mr. Mutlu witness ready?
Yes.
Let's call that witness and get the jury back in here.
Yes, Your
We've had a little lumpy morning, and I want to continue keeping the flow.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just want to make sure they're still sitting out on the bench. I'm not sure that they are. Could I have 1 second to check?
Sure. Great. Let's get the jury back in. We'll do Mr. Mutlu over the break.
Yes, Your
And
Honor.
over that, I mean over the lunch break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you like these?
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Brianna Kiesel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please state your name for the court and spell your first and last name?
Sure. My name is Brianna Kiesel, Brianna. Last name Kiesel, Kiesel.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a bachelor's in biology from Arcadia University and a master's in forensic science from Towson University.
And what is your occupation?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab,
And what unit are you assigned to?
the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
6 years.
And what are your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
I am authorized in processing, interpreting, and reporting samples that were collected from crime scenes, as well as standards collected directly from an individual. I can also technically review other analysts' work when it concerns batch files, which we call files that have standards collected directly from an individual.
And do you have training for this position?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about your training?
Sure. Our training is a minimum of 6 months, and during that time we have lectures, quizzes, and this all culminates into a final written exam. We also have a practical component in the laboratory where we take several steps for sample sets forward, and that all culminates into a final written exam, as I mentioned, and a final lab practical.
And did you pass that written exam?
Yes, I did.
And that's called a competency evaluation?
Yes, that is a competency, the lab portion of it.
And do you also have to take proficiency testing?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain that to the jury?
A proficiency test is an ongoing competency test where we have to take samples forward twice a year to prove that we are that we are knowledgeable and still performing that skill or method according to the laboratory's standard operating procedures.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
I have, yes.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
I have.
So I want to now talk to you about this case, 23-00596. Prior to retrieving any evidence in 23-00596, how did you prepare to process the evidence?
So once I was assigned the samples, I cleaned my bench space with bleach and wiped everything down, every instrument that I was using. And once that was done, I laid down a piece of fresh bench paper.
And directing you now to lab number 23-00596, did you work on items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, and item 9-27.3.1, stain A of the exterior left gray slipper?
Yes, I did process those samples.
And what work did you do on those two items for sample prep?
For sample prep, they were already prepared by our criminalistics unit, so I just went into a secure freezer area to retrieve the packaging. I removed the tubes from the packaging and just visually examined the items within the tube.
Did you also work on item 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the Tyvek suit 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit, and sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit?
I did, yes.
And what work did you do for that?
Those samples I performed just like I previously mentioned, where I went to the secure freezer area, retrieved the packaging, removed the tubes from the packaging, and just observed the samples within the tube.
So you also just did the sample prep for that?
Yes.
Did you also work on item 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
So in this case, this item was still in a specimen jar, so I retrieved the packaging just like I previously mentioned, made sure the seal was secure as I did with the other samples. And then after that, I opened up the jar and sampled a few items from the jar and placed it into a tube for processing.
So you actually had to make the sample for this?
I did, yes.
Okay. And how many samples did you make?
So this was 16-13.1. There were two tubes we referred to as 16-13.1A and 16-13.1B.
And did you do any further work?
No, that is where my work ended.
Okay. And where did the samples then go?
I then passed the samples off to Madison Frank for extraction.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Madison Frank.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you please state your name for the court, spelling your name?
My name is Madison Frank. That is MADISON FRANK.
And what is your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in Forensic and Investigative Sciences from West Virginia University.
And what is your occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit of the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been employed there since October of 2019.
And what are your responsibilities?
As a forensic scientist too, I will perform DNA analysis on either known or evidentiary biological samples, interpret those results, and report out my results in a case file.
And have you had training for this position?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed your proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
And have you passed the competency testing that was part of your training?
Yes, I have.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
I want to ask you now about items 9-27.2.1, the sample from the interior of the dark gray slippers from bag 4 of 300 Forest Street, 9-27.3.1, the stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cuff of the tie-back suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of the tie-back suit, 9-32.5.1, sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the tie-back suit, and 16.13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster. I believe I just gave you 6 of those samples. Did I mention 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior leg pant of the tie-back suit? So those would be the 6. What work did you do on those?
DNA analysis is a 4-step process, so I perform steps 1 and 3 of that process on those samples.
Okay. And what are 1 and 3?
Step 1 is extraction, and step 3 is amplification.
Okay. And how did you do step 1, the extraction step?
For extraction, I received the samples and I added chemicals to the samples and the controls, and then put them in an oven so that we can break open the cells to obtain the DNA. Then those samples will go on an instrument that helps to clean up the sample so that we're only dealing with the DNA and no other cell parts. Then after the extracts come off of the instrument, then I will take a small portion of that sample and I will put it in a new tube to be used for the second step.
And which instrument did you use or equipment?
An EZ1 robotic instrument.
Okay. And how do you use that instrument?
The samples will go onto the instrument in tubes, and then there will be new tubes where the samples will go through processing in the instrument to put out just the liquid and DNA portions of the sample.
And then what is that biological material then referred to?
An extract.
And what is that extract then ready for?
The extract is then ready to be quantified in the second step.
So did you do that second step quantification?
No, I did not.
Who did that second step for those 6 items?
Troy Adams did the second step of quantification.
And why is that?
We use a batching process when we are processing our samples so that it is a more efficient and streamlined processing.
And are you qualified to do all of the steps of DNA, the 4 steps that you described?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then did you do more work on this case with the 6 samples?
Yes, I also did the third step of amplification.
On all 6 of those samples?
Yes.
And that being 9-27.2.1, 9-27.3.1, 9-32.1.1, 9-32.2.1, 9-32.5.1, and 16-13.1. Did I get that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So you did the third step. And how did you do the amplification step?
So I took the extracts that were generated from the first step, and I took portions of those samples and added chemicals to the tubes with these samples, and then I put them onto an instrument called a thermocycler, and this will have the samples go through periods of heating and cooling, and this is to make millions of copies of the specific DNA that we are looking for to be able to visualize it in further down in our processing.
And which equipment did you use for that?
A thermocycler.
Okay. And then how do you use that equipment?
The samples just go on, they are in small tubes, and they will go on into small holes in the thermocycler, and then it is a metal plate that they are in, and it will go through different steps of heating and cooling.
And what happens next to the DNA process?
So the next step will be those tubes that just went through the heating and cooling, that those tubes will be used for the 4th step of separation.
And who did that step?
Troy Adams.
So you did not do that step?
No, I did not.
And did that end your work on this case?
Yes, it did.
Any cross-examination? The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Troy Adams.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the court, spelling your first and last name?
My name is Troy Adams, Troyadams.
Thank you. And what is your educational background, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree from Pennsylvania State University in forensic science.
And what is your current occupation?
So I currently work as an investigator for the Lehigh County Coroner's Office in Pennsylvania.
And how long have you been in Pennsylvania?
I've been in Pennsylvania for approximately 3 years now, 2 years working in my current job.
So prior to moving to Pennsylvania, did you work in a different field?
No.
Did you work for forensic sciences in Massachusetts?
Yes.
And can you detail your working history as it pertains to forensic sciences?
Yes. So out of college, I joined the Massachusetts State Police crime lab there as a DNA analyst. I completed all my training protocols and was tested for competency, and then I began performing casework on samples.
And then did you work for a different company in Pennsylvania as well doing forensic sciences?
Yes. After I left the Massachusetts State Police, I joined Quest Diagnostics as a forensic scientist in their toxicology division.
And just keep your voice up so everyone can hear you.
And have you had training for your position at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and also for your position at Quest?
Yes.
And have you had ongoing training as well?
Yes.
And have you taken proficiency tests?
Yes.
And what were the results of your proficiency tests?
I passed every proficiency test.
And do you have any certifications in your current job?
Yes.
And where are those from?
So I am certified as a national medical legal death investigator.
And how did you receive that?
So I received that after a certain amount of training at my current job, and then going through and taking a certification test.
I want to direct you now to when you were working in Massachusetts. Did you do work on lab number 23-00596?
May I refer to my file?
You may.
Yes.
And did you do work on items 9-27.2.1, a sample from interior of a dark gray slipper, 9-27.3.1, stain A on the exterior left gray slipper, 9-32.1.1, the sample from the interior sleeve cup of a Tyvek suit, 9-32.2.1, the sample from stain A on the exterior left pant leg of Tyvek suit, 9-32.5.1, the sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit, and 16-13.1, the unknown tissue recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on those 6 samples?
So I performed the second and fourth step of the DNA analysis process, quantification and detection.
And can you tell us how you did the quantification step?
So I took a sample, I was given samples from the extraction step, and then I added a mix of chemicals and went through repeated processes of heating and cooling, which quantified the DNA.
And then the process was then next ready for the third step, is that correct?
Yes, it was ready for amplification.
And who did the amplification step?
I believe that was Madison Frank.
Okay. And after Madison Frank did the amplification step, what did you next do?
I took the products of the amplification step and performed detection.
And did you do the detection on those same 6 items that we just discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you do the fourth step, that detection?
I added a mix of chemicals and placed the samples on the detection analyzer.
And then what happened?
And then electropherograms were generated, which were then interpreted by the interpreting analyst.
And where did that data go?
That data was transferred to one of our servers at the State Police Crime Lab.
And did you do the interpreting or did someone else do it?
Someone else performed the interpretation.
Did you do any other work on this case?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Any cross-examination of this witness? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Emily Oliver, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name for the court?
My name is Emily Oliver.
And can you tell us your educational background?
Yep. I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the University of New Haven in 2019.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a Forensic Scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been employed there?
Since December 2019.
And can you please tell us your responsibilities?
So at the lab, I perform DNA testing on samples as well as DNA profile interpretation, and I write lab reports.
And what training have you had for this position?
So when I was first hired, I did an in-house training program that lasted over 6 months that involved testing mock casework samples as well as lectures and exams.
And you also have ongoing training?
Yes.
And have you taken competency tests and proficiency tests as well?
Yes.
And have you passed those?
Yes.
Prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So first I clean the area and all the tools I'm going to use with bleach, and then I lay down clean bench paper. And
how are you dressed before you work?
I have a lab coat, gloves, a face mask, and a hairnet.
And why do you take those precautions?
To prevent any contamination from myself onto the samples.
I want to direct your attention now to lab case number 23-00596 and asked if you worked on items 7-13.1, sample from area A on the head of the hatchet, item 7-13.2.1, sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stain. Did you do work on those items?
I did.
And what did you do?
So for 7-13.1, the head of the hatchet sample, I did the first 3 steps of our 4-step DNA analysis process, which is extraction, quantification, and amplification. And on the other 2 samples, I did the first 2 steps of our 4-step process in the lab.
Okay, I also want to ask you if you did any sample prep.
So I did, in the sample, it was more so just making sure I pulled the correct tube with the correct case number and item number from our cold storage room. It was previously prepared by someone else.
Thank you. Can you tell us what you did for the first step for the items that you did the first step for?
So extraction is the step where we add chemicals and heat to the sample to release the DNA from inside of the cells in the sample.
Okay, and which items did you do that for?
For 7-13.1, 7-13.2.1, and I believe it was 9-20.1.
Okay, so for all 3 of those you did that? Okay. And did you use equipment for the extraction step?
Yes.
And what equipment did you use?
It's called an Easy One extraction robot.
And what is the biological material now referred to?
A DNA extract.
And what is it now ready for?
The second step, which is quantification.
And how did you perform the quantification?
So I took a small droplet from the extract tubes and put them into a new tube. And then I add different chemicals to that new tube and put it through an instrument that estimates the amount of DNA in the sample.
And was that for all 3 of those items?
Yes.
Okay. And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a 7500 real-time PCR instrument.
Okay. And then what happened in the DNA process?
And after that, the samples go to the 3rd step if they have enough DNA, which is amplification.
Okay. And for which items did you do the amplification process? Did you just do that for 7-13.1?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you not do amplification for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
Just due to scheduling reasons, that was worked best for me.
Okay. So who performed the amplification process for 9-20.1 and 7-13.2.1?
My coworker, Mary Nagel.
Okay. So talking now about what you did do amplification for, item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet. Can you tell the jury how did you perform the amplification process on that item?
Sure. So I add, again, different chemicals to the extract tubes and put it onto an instrument that creates millions of copies of these specific locations on the DNA that we're looking at.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, it's called a thermocycler.
And what happens next in the DNA process?
The last step is the separation and detection step. And that after that last step, we have the DNA profile.
And did you do that fourth step, the detection step?
I did not.
And who did that last step for 7-13.1?
My coworker, Yoli Bregu.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I just have a few.
Go right ahead.
And first off, Oliver, I didn't hear your name correctly.
Oh, Emily Oliver.
And do you have a title?
You can just call me Miss Oliver, if you'd like.
Ms. Oliver, can you tell this jury a little bit something about your knowledge of inhibitors that might affect the amplification of your work?
Sure. So different materials in the environment can kind of limit the reaction and which could affect the DNA profile that we get in the end.
And can you just tell the jurors what are some of the known inhibitors of DNA amplification?
So dye, like dye from blue jeans, can be an inhibitor. I don't recall any others off the top of my head.
All right. The fact of the matter is that the DNA molecule is a pretty robust molecule, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that things as common as oil and things like grease, they don't inhibit the amplification of the DNA molecule in this testing, do they?
I'm not sure.
What about the quantities that you're dealing with? Is it fair to say that the quantity that you're amplifying can be measured in nanograms?
Yes.
And what's a nanogram?
I believe it is, so it's just a very small number. I believe it's 1 × 10⁻12.
So is it fair to say that it's about a one billionth of a gram?
I'm not sure.
Okay. But. And what about a picogram? Can you define a picogram for the jurors?
It is a slightly larger number, but still a very small quantity.
Okay. And in the amplification process that you just told the jurors about, what happens is that you separate the alleles from the molecule, the DNA molecule, and then you amplify those alleles, and then they reunite into a molecule, and a DNA molecule, and then your machine and apparatus that you use, it's able to process it and give a result, correct?
Correct, and that's mostly referring to the fact that DNA is a double helix, kind of looks like a ladder that's twisted, and it becomes single-stranded during part of the process, and then comes back together again.
All right, and finally, you're familiar with the term electropharogram, correct?
Yes.
And can you just describe for the jury what an electropharogram is?
So it's just a graphical representation of the DNA profile, kind of like an EKG. There's a bunch of different peaks that correspond to the DNA. That's a printout that we get and that we look at the end of our testing.
So in the State Police Crime Lab, when you look at the electropharogram, does the analyst interpret the peaks to determine the results of the DNA testing, or is it another piece of apparatus that does the analysis of the electropharogram peaks?
So we put our electropheogram through a program called Gene Mapper that does help the interpretation, but a person is still looking over the profile.
All right. So is it fair to say that in the State Police Crime Lab that the final call, so to speak, the final determination of what is or isn't interpreted as DNA, that's done by the analyst, not by the machine?
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect? The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth will call Mary Nadel.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please sit.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Can you state your name for the record and just spell your last name?
Yep. My name is Mary Nagle, Nagle.
And what's your educational background, ma'am?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Cell and Molecular Biology from Drake University, as well as a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
Can you just pull that microphone a little bit closer? Thank you. And what is your occupation?
I am a Forensic Scientist, too, in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
And how long have you been doing that?
Just over 3 years.
Can you tell us your responsibilities?
Yep, I am capable of performing all of the lab work, as well as reporting and interpreting single source profiles and writing up other reports as well.
What training have you had for this position?
I underwent a 6-month training program that included lectures, exams, and about 50 mock samples for lab practice.
And did you pass the exams that you during your training period?
Yes, I did.
And do you also have ongoing training?
Yes, I do.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have to take proficiency tests?
Yes, we take 2 proficiency tests a year.
And have you passed those tests?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab case number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.2.1, the sample from the handle of the hatchet, and item 9-20.1, the sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on those items?
I performed the 3rd and 4th step of the DNA analysis, which is the amplification and detection process.
And how did you do the amplification step?
For amplification, I was made aware of which samples to process from Emily Oliver. From there, the samples were set aside in a tube, and I took whatever amount was needed specific to that sample item and added chemicals to that. The samples and the chemicals were then put on an instrument that went through a series of heating and cooling, and this process makes millions of copies of that DNA.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, for that it is mostly just the heating and cooling instrument that is used, and then the pipettes and tubes and instruments like that as well.
And then you said you did the 4-step detection?
Yes, I did.
And which did you do the detection for both of those items that we previously discussed?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how did you do that?
So after the 3rd step amplification, the samples are in smaller tubes, and a small portion of that sample is then loaded onto a plate with another set of chemicals. That plate is loaded into an instrument to run, and that instrument then detects the DNA and produces a profile for interpretation.
And did you do the interpretation?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
That was Saman Salim.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions of this witness? You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to speak up. Ms. Nagel?
Yes.
Just have a few questions for you. Once again, there are certain known inhibitors that affect the ability to amplify the DNA molecule, correct?
There are, yes.
But there's not very many,
Correct.
because it's a robust molecule, correct?
Right.
One of the inhibitors is, interestingly enough, the blue dye that we see in things like Levi's, correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. But it's not something like oil or grease or things like that. The molecule doesn't get broken down by oil and grease and things like that, correct?
Correct.
And if bleach is used on an item that contains DNA and the bleach breaks down the molecule, that molecule will not properly amplify using your equipment.
It will still be amplified, but parts of that DNA will probably drop out at the end of it, but there is still usually DNA at the front of that profile.
When you say at the front, you mean that the shorter alleles, after the molecule is broken down, the shorter alleles will amplify, but the longer alleles won't, because they were broken down by the bleach.
Correct.
And when you look at the results of their amplification, a trained analyst can see that the longer alleles didn't amplify properly, and they may conclude that something like that particular sample might have been affected by bleach or something like that, correct?
We do not look into what could possibly affect the degradation, but we are capable of seeing the fact that the DNA profile will begin to slowly drop in what is present.
Okay. Thank you. One other question. Am I correct in saying that a nanogram is 1/1000th of a gram?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Am I correct in saying that a picogram is 1,000th of a nanogram?
A picogram would be 1/1,000,000th.
And when you're using the quantities that you're using to get the results that you complete in the lab, we are talking about quantities of nanometers.
Yes.
Tiny, tiny amounts, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any redirect of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. The Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Yoli Bregu.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way. Just step forward.
Counsel, can you hold up for a second? You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your entire name for the record?
My name is Yoli Bregu, Jolibregu.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biology from Boston University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences, also from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm a forensic scientist too with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory in the DNA unit.
And how long have you been there?
Since June 2019.
Can you tell us your responsibilities as a forensic scientist too?
Sure. I perform forensic DNA analysis on evidence samples submitted to the lab. So my typical workday consists on processing those samples in the lab, doing the data interpretation, making comparisons with the reference samples, writing reports, testifying in court as needed. I also do administrative and technical reviews.
And what training have you had for this position?
So in addition to my education during my master's degree, I followed a forensic biology and forensic DNA analysis track. And then when I got hired, I was trained at the Massachusetts State Police, specifically in the DNA unit in forensic DNA analysis. The training consisted on lectures, reading of relevant literature, laboratory experience with practice samples, data interpretation, written and oral exams, followed by competency tests.
And did you pass those competency tests?
Yes.
And do you have ongoing training as well?
Yes, we have ongoing training. Every year we are required to take at least 8 hours of continuing education, which is offered in forms of seminars, webinar, workshops. We usually take more because there's more offered through the year. We're also required to read at least one scientific journal article relevant to our field.
And you have to take testing as well?
Yes, we have to take proficiency testing every year. They are taken twice a year.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I have passed the proficiency testing required throughout my employment. The last one is still in the grading process.
And have you testified in court about DNA?
Yes, I have.
Directing your attention to lab number 23-00596, did you do work on item 7-13.1, the sample from area A on the head of the hatchet?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this item?
I performed the fourth step that is used in forensic DNA analysis, which is detection.
And how did you do the detection step of the DNA process?
So I took the samples from the analyst who had done previous work, Emily Oliver. I prepared those samples, mixing them with the required reagents. Then I loaded them in our instrument that does the detection, known as genetic analyzer, and I started the run. And that's where my role ended. After the run is done, the data is saved automatically in the computer and can be imported by the interpreting analyst for data interpretation.
Did you do the interpretation here?
No, I did not.
Who did the interpretation?
Salman Salim.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination of this witness?
Just a couple.
Go right ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
Did I see that right?
Yes, you did.
A couple of questions. You're familiar with the term in the context of DNA testing, allele, correct?
Correct, yes.
And the allele is, why don't you just tell the jury what?
The allele is a variant of a DNA fragment that is amplified during our third step. So it's a person has two alleles, one they inherit from the mother and one from the father.
Okay, and the allele then is the section of the DNA molecule that is then looked at once you've separated the molecule, and it's the part of the molecule that then gets amplified, correct?
Yes.
And so if you have an allele that repeats at a certain locus on the DNA molecule, then you may be a particular type at that particular location on the molecule, depending on how many repeating alleles you have.
It's how many repeats are within the allele. So the allele itself is the entire fragment, and within that alleles, there are we call them short tandem repeats. There are repeats, they repeat themselves different numbers for different individuals, and that's what it's assigned to an allele. How many times the fragment repeats itself within the allele.
And people can have the same repeats of alleles in the molecule, but generally speaking, they don't have the same number of repeating alleles across the molecule, various different loci.
Yes, correct.
And the loci is just plural for locus, right?
Yes, the loci is the location of that particular allele in the DNA molecule.
In the testing that was done in this case, you're using 26 different locations plus the sex area.
Correct, yes.
That's ineligible.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect of this witness? No redirect. The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You, the judge. Days ago, I told you, and I think I read you another stipulation, but I'll remind you, a stipulation is just an agreement between the parties, and I'm going to read you now an agreement that the parties have made. This is a stipulation regarding DNA samples of Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe. Reads as follows. On May 9, 2018, FBI Special Agent Tyler Delorme obtained a DNA sample from Brian Walshe. Special Agent Delorme brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was placed into evidence storage. Also on May the 9th, 2018, FBI Special Agent Matthew Riportella obtained a DNA sample from Anna Walshe. Special Agent Riportella brought the sample to the FBI headquarters in Boston, where it was also placed into evidence storage. On January 10th, 2023, Special Agent Kristen Koch took the sample of Anna Walshe and the sample of Brian Walshe from evidence storage at the FBI headquarters in Boston and brought both samples to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. The samples did not leave the custody of the FBI until Special Agent Koch submitted them to the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab for testing. That's Exhibit E for identification. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Karen Jacobson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the cause now in hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just step for me. Further.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please give us your name and spell your name for the record?
My name is Karen Jacobson. That's KarinJacobsen.
And if I could just ask you to pull that microphone a little closer to you. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently employed as a forensic scientist 2 within the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been there?
Since August of 2021.
And what are your duties?
I'm responsible for receiving items of evidence associated with known individuals, taking them through the 4-step DNA process, and making those DNA profiles available for use in comparisons.
And what is your educational background?
I have both a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science from Bowling Green State University.
And do you have specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us about that training?
The training program within the DNA unit is at least 6 months long. It consists of lectures covering all of our protocols, literature readings covering current and historic methodologies, laboratory processing of at least 50 mock samples, and all of this is wrapped up with a competency test.
And did you pass your competency test?
Yes, I did.
And have you also had ongoing training?
Yes, I have.
And as part of your ongoing training, do you have proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And have you passed your proficiency training?
Yes, I have.
I want to ask you about lab number 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what work did you do on this case?
The DNA testing process is 4 steps long. I performed the 2nd step and the 4th step for 2 items.
And what were those items?
These were items 13-1.1 and 13-2.1.
And what were those?
These were the DNA saliva collection kits for Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe, respectively.
Okay. So how did you do the step 2? That be the quantification step?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
In the 2nd step, quantification, I received a portion of the extract created in the 1st step. I applied a set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that goes through cycles of heating, cooling, and this produces an estimate of the amount of human and male DNA present within each sample.
And did you use equipment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And what was that?
This is a 7500 real-time PCR machine.
And who had done the previous step?
The previous step was performed by Katerina Stashin.
Okay. And why didn't you do that step?
We batch our samples in the laboratory processing for the sake of efficiency.
Okay. And then when did you become involved again in this process for these samples?
I then performed the 4th step, separation and detection.
Okay. And can you please tell this jury how you did that 4th step?
So the same person, Katerina Stashin, performed the 3rd step. I received the product produced in the 3rd step from her. I applied another set of chemicals to it and put it on an instrument that separates each of the copies of the DNA by size. And then with the help of some special software, it turns it into a visual representation of the DNA profile.
And did you use any equipment?
Yes, I did.
And what equipment did you use?
This was a 3500 genetic analyzer.
Okay. And then what is the data next ready for in the process?
After the data is reviewed, it's ready for use in comparisons.
Okay. And who did the interpretation and comparison here?
In this case, it was Katerina Stashin as well.
And did you do any other work on these samples?
No, I did not.
I have no further questions.
Cross-exam? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Katerina Stashin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Right this way. Just watch your step for me.
Thank
Step
you.
all the way. A little bit further. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your whole name for the record?
Good afternoon. My name is Katerina Stashin. First name is spelled Katarina. Last name is spelled Stashyn.
And what is your current occupation, ma'am?
I'm currently a criminalist in the biology section at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Crime Lab located in Reno, Nevada.
And can you please detail your work history as it applies to forensic sciences?
I was previously a forensic scientist in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for about 3.5 years, from 2021 to earlier this year, 2025, when I got the opportunity to move back to Nevada to be closer to family and pursue a job still as a DNA analyst.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's and master's degree in biotechnology from the University of Nevada, Reno.
And do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
Yes, I received training at both the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab and at my current job in Washoe County. In Massachusetts, I completed an approximately 1-year-long training program that consisted of reading scientific protocols, scientific literature, textbooks, all on the topics of forensic DNA analysis. I also took written exams and oral exams on those topics. I also practiced sets in the lab, both for laboratory processing and for DNA interpretation. Put together practice case files, wrote reports, did comparisons, and all of that training completed with a competency test, of which I passed. And then at Washoe County, I completed an approximately 6-month-long training course due to my experience, where I also did review of scientific literature, textbooks, protocols, practice sets, writing practice reports, performing comparisons or interpretation, et cetera. And that also completed with a competency test, of which I passed.
And have you also had proficiency testing?
Yes, I have also completed proficiency testing.
And have you passed those tests as well?
Yes, I have passed all competency and proficiency testing that I've taken so far.
And have you testified in Massachusetts about DNA?
Yes, I have.
So what is a single source DNA profile?
A single source DNA profile is a profile that originates from one person or one contributor. And you can identify this in a profile. Just by looking at the profile, you can see how many people are in there.
And what is a known standard?
A known standard is a sample that's taken directly from an individual. For example, a sample from somebody's mouth, a saliva swab, or a blood sample. It's taken directly from a person to be used for comparison purposes.
And how is a known standard developed into a DNA profile?
A known standard will go through the four-step laboratory process to result in a DNA profile that can then be used for comparisons.
And the four-step process is what?
The four-step laboratory process for DNA analysis is extraction, quantification, amplification, and detection.
So prior to doing any work, how do you prepare your work area?
So when you first get into the lab to do any of those steps, you're going to clean your lab bench. So that involves using a bleach spray to wipe down your area. You're going to clean all of the equipment, utensils, your pens, pipettes, any equipment that you're using. And then me as a person or any lab analyst, you'll be wearing a lab coat, a face mask, a hairnet. You're in full PPE, wearing gloves, changing gloves frequently.
Why do you clean your area and wear PPE?
We do this just to keep everything perfectly clean, or the cleanest that we can, just to help the integrity of the evidence and help produce the best possible profile.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to Massachusetts Case Lab 23-00596. Did you do work on this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do on the known standards in this case?
I performed the sample prep, the extraction, and the amplification on the known standards in this case.
And did you also do interpretation on this case?
Yes, I also reviewed the profiles that were obtained from that process and made sure they were able to be used for comparison purposes.
So I want to ask you about each of the things that you just told us about. So were you working on 13-1 and 13-2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what were those?
Those were the known saliva standards for both Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe.
And so what was 13-1?
13-1 was the known saliva standard for Anna Walsh.
And what was 13-2?
13-2 was the known saliva standard for Brian Walshe.
And how did you do the sample prep for 13-1?
So both of these samples were known saliva samples, so a swab from the mouth, and I just cut up the swab and placed the cotton part of the swab into a tube, a labeled tube with those item numbers that I said.
Okay, so that's what you did for 13-1, and then did you give it another number?
So once I cut that swab off, it then became 13-1.1.
And so did you do the same thing for 13-2?
Yes, so then the cotton that got cut off of the whole swab became 13-2.1.
And then after you did that sample prep, what did you next do?
Then those samples went through the extraction step of the process.
And how did you do the extraction step?
So extraction consists of adding chemicals to the samples and going through heat variation to help break open the cells present in the sample and release the DNA that is present, and then that DNA is isolated.
And did you use equipment for that?
Yes.
What equipment?
An incubator was used for that heat variation that I mentioned, and an Easy One robot was used for the extraction part, meaning that after it sat in the incubator with the chemicals to break open the cells, a robot is used to isolate that DNA from the rest of the cellular debris left behind.
So you told us about sample prep and step 1. Did you do the next step, step 2?
No.
Why not?
It's just based on scheduling at the lab who was assigned to do what step that day.
And who did that next step?
The second step of quantification was performed by Karen Jacobson.
Were you qualified to do all of the steps?
Yes.
And so what did you next do?
I next did the amplification step, that third step I mentioned.
And how did you perform the amplification step?
So amplification is the third step, and this is when we make millions and millions of copies of certain fragments of DNA. So this is done by, again, adding certain chemicals and going through heat cycles to make these many millions of copies of DNA, because we're usually working with a smaller amount of DNA. You need to make a lot of copies to make it visual and able to be detected.
Did you use equipment?
Yes.
What equipment?
We use what is called a thermal cycler, and this is the instrument that performs those heat cycles needed to make the copies.
So did you do the next step, the fourth step?
No.
Who did that?
Karen Jacobson also performed the fourth step of detection.
So then what did you do next?
So after that full laboratory process was completed, I looked at the data that was produced from those 4 steps, and both items resulted with DNA profiles that I reviewed and made sure were acceptable to be used for DNA comparisons.
And could you visualize a single source?
Yes.
Okay. And did you generate a DNA profile for Anna Walshe?
Yes.
And did you generate a DNA profile for Brian Walshe?
Yes.
And were profile sources developed that were appropriate for comparison?
Yes, the profiles developed were acceptable to be used for comparisons.
And they were both single sources?
Yes.
What does appropriate for comparison mean?
When I'm saying appropriate for comparison, I mean that the profile is full, as in data is obtained at every location that was tested, and that it is single source.
And what do you do with the profiles?
That profile is then made into a text file that is made available for the analyst that's going to be doing the comparisons.
And were the profiles assigned a number to identify them?
Yes, so the numbers for the profiles are the same as their item number. So the text file profile for Anna Walshe also had the number of 13-1.1, and the text file profile for Brian Walshe was 13-2.1.
If I might have 1 second, Your Honor.
You may.
Nothing further.
Cross-exam. The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. See you at 2 o'clock.
All rise for the court, please. Hearing closure. All folks who follow me.
Does anyone need anything?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense? You all set? Very good.
You are unmuted.
All right, where are we, counsel?
Your Honor, we can either do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu, or we could continue on with DNA and do summon Sillum.
Well, if we go back, if we stay on DNA, which I'm happy to do, is that going to end the day, or we're going to hit Mr. Mutlu at some point today? Is he going to hit the stand at some point today?
I think DNA is going to go about another hour to 90 minutes. It could go 2 hours.
So I'm going to take it from that the answer is no.
It's possible, I guess is my answer. I don't like, I know we don't like to hedge bets, but I'm going to hedge my bet on this one because I don't want to be shy a witness when we can still do work.
Well, in light of what you've told me about the schedule, I will be happy to let the jury go at 3:30 today,
Okay.
if that happens.
Okay.
And we are still on the same schedule.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, we are.
All right, well, we'll talk about that again at the end of the day.
Yes, Your Honor.
So what I'll say with regard to that is you're in a better position to evaluate how long a voir dire would take. I don't need the jury in the building while we're doing a voir dire.
Yes.
So I guess it would be my mild preference to just continue on where we are today, talking about DNA, and then tell the jury that they can come back later in the day, tomorrow, instead of a 9 a.m. start. Maybe we'll do a 10 a.m. start for them and do the voir dire of Mr. Mutlu in that time while the jury's on their own time and not on our time. How does that all sound?
That sounds like a very good idea, Your Honor. And I can tell you, I have the keeper of records from Home Goods here just in case. And that would take about 20 minutes if we did end a little early.
All right. And how long, I won't hold you to it, but Mr. Mutlu's voir dire, as I understand it, and frankly had to remind myself through the pleadings what exactly it is we were voir diring him on. Now that I have reminded myself of what we're voir diring him on, how long do you anticipate, and I'll go to your brother in a second, but how long do you anticipate it will take you to present that evidence?
I think about 5 minutes, 10 minutes at the outside, Your
All
Honor.
right. I was thinking, checking to make sure that there wasn't a big disconnect between my expectations and what you're thinking. Do you agree, Attorney Tipton? Do you agree, Attorney Porges?
I do.
All right. So there's other matters we could handle in the morning tomorrow as well. Be prepared for those, including what I said to you at the side of the bench the other day with regard to the first 2 or 3 pages that I was looking for from you. Do you understand?
We do, Your Honor.
Attorney Tipton? Excellent. All right, we can bring the jury in. Hold them up for a minute. Not you, them. I just don't want the Commonwealth not at their desk.
Thank you.
You're all set now. Thank you.
Actually, I don't think it is. I disagree with
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Saman Salim.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes, I do. Thank you. You can be seated.
Right this way. Just watch your step.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your full name and spelling your name?
My name is Saman Salim, S-A-M-A-N. Last name is S-A-L-E-E-M.
And could you please tell us your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree from Boston College in biochemistry and a master's of science in forensic science from Boston University.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I currently work as a forensic scientist 3 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab within the DNA unit.
And what is a forensic scientist 3?
A forensic scientist 3 is a supervisory position within the DNA unit where I manage other analysts, forensic scientist 1 and 2, that work within the DNA unit.
So how many people do you supervise?
I supervise 6 people currently.
And what are your responsibilities in supervising those people?
As a supervisor, I manage their caseload by assigning them cases to work on in the laboratory, as well as for interpretation of DNA profiles for evidence items that are submitted to the DNA unit. I also train them in the methodologies for DNA testing. For example, if there's any new hires in our laboratory, I would be part of their training program where I would teach them about the laboratory work that's conducted, as well as give them presentations on the theoretical background of DNA testing. In addition to that, I also work on my own cases, so where I'm assigned cases by my manager, and I do the interpretation of DNA testing on those cases and review the cases of other people and what they've worked on.
And how long have you been employed at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I've been there approximately 10 years.
Do you have any specialized training to be a DNA analyst?
When I first began at the DNA unit 10 years ago, I went through an 8-month-long training program where I learned about the theoretical discipline of forensic DNA testing, as well as the practical application of it. I tested mock evidence samples in the laboratory to determine what those DNA profiles were and learned about how to do that testing. Additionally, since that training, every year we go through continuing education where we learn about new methodologies that we're adopting in the laboratory and also any kind of changes that are happening in the field of forensic DNA analysis.
So you said that you've had testing, is that correct?
I'm sorry.
Have you had testing?
Yes.
And what kind of testing have you had?
So every time there's a new technology adopted or there's new training that I go through, at the end of that training, we do a competency test where we are tested on if we have understood that methodology by taking a written exam or oral exam as well as a practical exam in the laboratory. In addition to that, twice a year, we go through proficiency testing.
So have you passed the competency testing that you've taken?
Yes, I have.
And you said that twice a year you have proficiency testing. Who monitors that or provides that proficiency testing?
So the proficiency test samples are provided by an external agency, and those samples are tested in our laboratory as we would process any casework samples as well. And then the answers for those items of evidence, the DNA profiles we obtained, are submitted back to that external agency who will then grade us to ensure that we obtain the correct DNA profiles.
And have you passed that proficiency testing?
Yes, I've passed all the ones I've taken over the 10 years.
Thank you. Are you familiar with lab case 23-00596?
Yes, I am.
And what type of DNA testing was conducted in this case?
In this case, we conducted a type of testing known as STR DNA testing, which follows a 4-step process in the laboratory, at the end of which we obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. So just generally, can you discuss that 4-step process?
Generally, that 4-step process starts with extraction in the first step, where we break open the cells in which the DNA is found. This is similar to like cracking open an egg, where the DNA is found within the yolk of it, and we extract that DNA. We use heat and chemicals to do this. The second step is known as quantitation, where we determine how much DNA is present in that sample so that we can proceed with the next step. The next step is known as amplification. In that third step, we make millions and millions of copies of the DNA that is found there, targeting certain locations within the DNA. In this case, we target 26 locations that are found throughout the chromosome, as well as a sex-determining locus as well. And then the last step is capillary electrophoresis. During that step, we analyze those copies of DNA to generate a DNA profile, which can then be interpreted for comparison purposes.
And then once the raw data is generated, you said that you're able to make some comparison here?
Yes.
And how is that done generally?
So generally, the first thing we would do is interpret the DNA profile, which means that we would observe that DNA profile to see what is in that DNA profile. So what are the different characteristics of the DNA that we're observing at these 26 locations that we have tested? We will determine how many individuals are in this mixture, so the number of people that make up this DNA profile. Is it coming from one person or multiple individuals? And then that profile, once we've determined what it is, we can compare it to a known standard or somebody whose DNA profile we know to see if they would be included in that sample or excluded from it.
And in this case, 23-00596, there were many items that were tested by multiple people in the lab for DNA testing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And all of those people did the 4-step process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was your role here?
At the end of that 4-step process, data is generated on a computer. At the end of that process, my role comes in at that point where I look at that data. So it comes off in a form that we have to interpret using a software program. So that's where my role starts, where I interpret that data.
So I'm now going to start to ask you about what you did here and about each individual piece of data that you looked at with each individual item that you looked at. Is that okay?
That's okay.
So let's start with the first round of testing and the first items that you looked at. I want to ask you about item 9-27.2.1. What is that item, ma'am?
Do you mind if I look at my notes?
You may look at your notes.
Thank you. That is a sample of an interior of dark gray slippers found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 270 million times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
So what does that mean?
So the statistic we report is known as a likelihood ratio. The first part of this is determining what the DNA profile is. In this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of 3 contributors, meaning that the profile that was observed on this item came from 3 individuals. In this profile, when we do a comparison, we compare the characteristics at each of these 26 locations to see if the profile that is Anna Walshe's profile matches those or is consistent with the ones that are observed in the DNA profile. And through the statistical analysis, what we learned is that it is at least 270 million times more likely to observe this DNA profile if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it did not, and 2 other individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. The likelihood ratio is a statistical calculation that shows us how likely it is to observe a DNA profile given two propositions. One, that the person would be included in the DNA profile, or the other, that the person is excluded or not included in the DNA profile. And the value of that likelihood ratio can tell us which of these propositions is more likely to observe this DNA profile given either of these propositions.
So how do you calculate the likelihood ratio?
That is calculated using a software known as STR-Mix or STAR-Mix. And in that software, we use calculations that we derive from the general population of how common or rare certain characteristics are at these 26 locations observed. And we use that in the general population in the US, and we use that information to calculate the likelihood ratio.
Can you explain when you said this was a mixture of 3 contributors?
So that just means that the DNA profile that we observed at these 26 locations, what I observed is that I would see DNA from multiple people, in this case, 3 individuals. We receive half our DNA from our mother and half from our father. So we would expect to see for a single source profile or something coming from one person would either have one characteristic or 2 characteristics at each of these locations. In some of these locations, I saw 5 or 6 characteristics, which means that there's at least 3 people here in this mixture.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 12 quintillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. And this provides support for an inclusion.
What is a quintillion?
Quintillion is 1 followed by 18 zeros.
Can you tell when the DNA was contributed?
I cannot, to the testing that we do, we cannot determine when or how the DNA was deposited on an evidence item.
Does DNA have to be contributed at the same time?
No, it does not.
Moving to item 9-27.3.1, can you tell me what that item is?
That was a sample from stain A on the exterior top left of the gray slipper, bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
And can you tell me what's the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes. The DNA profile from this item is at least 16 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 77 times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown individuals, unrelated individuals. This provides limited support for an inclusion. Our DNA unit validation studies have shown that there is an inclusion of non-contributors in this range, likelihood ratio range of about 2 to 1,000, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what does that mean?
So when we do these calculations for the likelihood ratio, we're relying on the DNA profile that we observed in that evidence item. The more data we have there, that means the more of these 26 locations where we observe this DNA profile, the higher the statistic will be for an inclusion. And that's because there's more support and more data observed. When there is limited support for an inclusion, it means that the data for that contributor in that mixture, so it doesn't mean everyone in that mixture had less DNA, just that one contributor, one or more contributors had less DNA available there for comparison, so the statistic is lower because of it. In our validation studies, what we did see, because all humans do share some DNA with each other, that we would see some non-contributors, meaning that people who really shouldn't, we made mixtures where we knew who was in those mixtures. And so we would have some non-contributors get a likelihood ratio that's inclusionary, show that they're included when they really shouldn't be included. And it's because they happen to have some alleles that are common with what was observed in the DNA profile. So in this case, for the statistic, even though there is support for an inclusion, that support is limited, meaning that there is less data available.
What is an anillion?
An anillion is 1 followed by 30 zeros.
What type of cells is DNA found in?
It is found in all kinds of biological cells that we have, such as our blood cells, which are our white blood cells, our hair cells, skin cells, saliva, anything we could have in our body that has a nucleus. Any cell that has a nucleus would have DNA in it.
And what of those is potentially found in a shoe?
From a shoe, it could be if there's a biological process that's deposited on there, that biological fluid could contribute DNA, or more typically for clothing and shoes, it would be from skin cells that are from wearing that shoe multiple times.
Do your results tell you what type of cells these came from?
No, they do not.
And do the individuals have to contribute the same type of cells?
No, they do not. One of the things that could cause a mixture of DNA profiles is if there's different types of cells from different individuals that are contributing to the same evidence item.
What is item 9-32.1.1?
That is a sample of an interior sleeve cuff of a Tyvek suit that was found in bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile for this item was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 4.8 nanillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 100 trillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
So when you say things like this supply provides support for an inclusion, is that standard language that you're using?
Yes.
And standard language for whom?
The standard language for forensic DNA analysis in general, and then at our laboratory, we've adopted this language as part of it. Many laboratories would use very similar language.
What is item 9-32.2.2? 36.2.1.
Sample from stain A of the exterior left pant leg of the Tyvek suit from bag number 6 at 300 Forest Street.
And is this the same Tyvek suit that we just discussed previously in 9-32.1.1?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, there was the DNA profile was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this single source female DNA profile.
What does that mean?
So the single source DNA profile is probably the easiest ones for us to do a comparison because we should be able to see if the single source profile we have from the evidence matches the one profile we have from our known standard or the reference we have. So when I say somebody's excluded, it means that the two profiles don't match each other.
What is item 9-32.5.1?
And that is a sample from stain D on the interior right sleeve of the Tyvek suit.
And is this the same Tyvek suit as discussed with items 3 and 4 that we previously discussed?
Yes.
But is this a different stain?
Yes.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 110 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And what is sextillion?
A sextillion is 1 followed by 21 zeros.
I'm sorry.
21 zeros.
Thank you. Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is estimated to be 6 times more likely if it originated from two unrelated individuals than if it originated from Brian Walshe and an unknown individual. This provides limited support for an exclusion. Similar to before, the MSPCL DNA unit validation studies have shown that exclusions for the inverse likelihood ratio range of 2 to 1,000 have shown known contributors could be excluded, and adventitious support could be attributed to this conclusion.
So what is limited support for exclusion?
So it's very similar to the inclusion one I described in our validation studies. We also looked at profiles where since we knew who those mixtures were made of, those individuals, we would compare this to those individuals. And when there's limited data available, again, for comparison for one or more of the contributors in a mixture profile, the statistic would be lower, but it's on the exclusion side. And when it is a lower statistic on the exclusion side, we would like to report it as a number, just so we can be clear that there's a possibility that somebody who is truly meant to be in this mixture would be actually excluded from it because of there being limited data for support. So in this case, there is support for an exclusion, but there is only 6 times more likely for that support. The likelihood ratio is in that range of 2 to 1,000 again.
What is item 16-13.1?
This was an unknown tissue that recovered from the Swampscott dumpster.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This was a female DNA profile originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
So I want to move on now to the next round of DNA testing. What is item 5-1.1?
This is a sample from swabs of red-brown stain K on a basement floor in 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
This DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 15 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown unrelated individuals. And again, this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.3.1?
This was a sample of stained area C on the blade of a hacksaw, placard number 8, 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
For this item, a female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-10.4.1?
That is a sample of the handle of the hacksaw, placard number 8 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The female DNA profile was obtained originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Anna Walshe is included in this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
What is item 9-22.1.1?
That is sample from stain A on a white towel number 1 with red-brown stains on it that was found in bag number 2 at 300 4th Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-28.1.1?
This was a sample of stained area A on apparent hairs found in bag number 4 at 300 Forest Street.
What was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed on this item originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 9-31.1?
That is a sample from cutting of red-brown stain on a piece of rug from bag number 5 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 30 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
Moving on to the third round of DNA testing. What is item 7-13.1?
It is a sample from area A on the head of a hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result from this item?
There was a female DNA profile observed originating from a single contributor.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 33 nonillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this DNA profile.
Were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from this DNA profile.
What is item 7-13.2.1?
That is the sample from the handle of the hatchet, placard number 8 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
The DNA profile from this item was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. Due to limited information available, contributor 2 was deemed not suitable for comparison purposes.
So, were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Yes, the DNA profile from this item is at least 2.6 octillion times more likely if it originated from Anna Walshe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile.
And what does it mean due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison?
It just means that in this mixture DNA profile, the data that is observed for one of these 2 contributors is so low level that we would not be able to make a comparison to any known reference standards. So we test 26 locations. We require in our DNA processing that data must be observed at a minimum of 3 locations for us to be able to do any comparisons to it. In this case, data was observed at less than 3 locations for this second contributor.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
And you said that you were able to provide support for Anna Walshe, but were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
Brian Walshe is excluded from the first contributor that's suitable for comparison in this DNA profile.
So what does that mean?
So since it's a mixture of two contributors and I can only compare one of the two, that one contributor, the DNA profile shows that it's the likelihood ratio shows support for inclusion of Anna Walshe to this profile, but Brian Walshe is excluded from that suitable for comparison first contributor in this profile.
What was item 9-20.1?
That was sample from stain A on tape with apparent gauze with red-brown stains on it, found in bag number 2 at 300 Forest Street.
And what was the DNA profile result for this item?
There was a male DNA profile obtained on this item originating from a single contributor.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Anna Walshe?
Anna Walshe was excluded from this DNA profile.
And were you able to come to a conclusion about the comparison to the known profile of Brian Walshe?
The DNA profile is at least 23 octillion times more likely if it originated from Brian Walshe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual, and this provides support that Brian Walshe is included as a contributor to this DNA profile.
And what is an octillion?
An octillion is 1 followed by 27 zeros.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes. Cross.
Good afternoon.
I think you said it in your in some of your answers in regards to the first round of testing that you testified to. And was that testing, was the report issued on January 13th of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of some of your answers to the testing results that you told this jury about, for instance, sample 9-27.2.1 at paragraph 1 on page 2, you indicate that it was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors.
That's correct.
Now, as you were explaining that and some of the other conclusions and the results of testing, you used the phrase at least 3 people, correct?
That's correct.
So when you write this report and you include the phrase, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, it's more accurate to say the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of at least 3 contributors?
No, when we are doing our testing, we are using the information that we have in our profile, and in order to do any comparison analysis or further any kind of interpretation on it, we have to determine the number of contributors. So in this case, the data that I observed showed that there was 3 individuals in this. There could be more, but it's not in the data that I observed.
There could be more, though.
Yes, obviously the instrumentation we use, there could be contributors that are there that are not detected, but the ones that I observed, the profile showed a mixture of 3 contributors, which is how I interpreted this profile.
And when you interpret the number of mixtures, like you've just explained to the jury, am I right in saying that since we each inherit 1 allele from our father at a particular locus and 1 allele from our mother, then we typically have 2 different alleles at that one particular locus. Is that fair to say?
We could have 1 or 2 alleles at a locus, depends on if you inherit the same characteristic from both the mother and the father, or you inherit 2 different characteristics from the mother and the father.
And when you inherit the same allele, your father gives you the same allele as your mother, that would be a homozygote. That would be another way to frame that.
That's correct. That's a scientific term for that.
As opposed to two different alleles, your mother gave you one allele, your father gave you a different allele, then you'd be considered a heterozygote at that locus.
That's correct.
So what you're doing is, and please correct me if I'm wrong, what you're doing is you're looking at all the alleles that you have in front of you on a particular sample, and you're trying to determine how many, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, you're trying to determine how many peaks you have at a particular locus. And for instance, if you had, for instance, two heterozygotes combined in a two-part mixture, you would probably expect to see 4 different alleles there.
If we were looking at a mixture of 2 contributors, we would expect to see up 3 or 4 characteristics at the location. When we are looking at the DNA profile, he mentioned the word peaks. They kind of look like an EKG. If you can imagine like peaks and valleys on an EKG, that's what our data looks like. And so when we're looking at that, we are trying to just not only look at how many of those peaks are present, but what the level of each of those peaks is, because that can also tell us if it's coming from different individuals. So you would expect that if the same individual is contributing DNA to it at all of these 26 locations, they would contribute similar amounts of DNA at all the 26 locations. And so if we see some high peaks in one location and low peaks in a different one, that could also tell us that there is a mixture present as well. So not only looking at the number of peaks that are present, but also the level of these peaks.
And so there are some assumptions being made about the way you interpret the data.
The assumptions we're making is based in science that we inherit half our DNA from our mother and half our DNA from our father. So we expect to see 1 or 2 alleles or peaks at each of these locations. So we're using that information to then assess the profile to see how many contributors are in this profile.
And without complicating this too much, and I don't intend to do that, but there is observed in DNA testing data, not just at a particular allele, 1 allele if it's a homozygote or 2 alleles if it's a heterozygote, but there's actually times when there's a triallelic allele, all right?
That's correct.
And so that's all I meant about the assumptions, and I understand they're scientifically based, but there are assumptions being made, correct?
Right, so if there is something like a triallelic pattern, there is a pattern to them, and we do know what those patterns look like. And what triallelic is that during the cell formation that happens, there's a mutation that occurs in the DNA that causes an extra copy to be present, either of either the allele from your mother, or the allele from your father, or a form of that allele. And that would cause, instead of seeing 1 or 2 peaks, we would see 3 peaks present for that person. But those usually have a pattern to them, and we can look at that, especially in single source profiles, and determine that. I did not observe any such things in the profiles that I saw in this testing that we did.
It's very clear, isn't it, that you have in a lot of these samples, if not most of these samples, you have concluded that a profile that was associated with Anna Walshe from a known sample, you could see the same profile in many of these samples, correct?
For any of the ones that were single source contributors, meaning there's only one person, that's where I can make that exact matching from the reference.
And then the ones that are mixtures?
The ones that are mixtures, those we would have to compare the whole profile as a whole. So it wouldn't always just be a matching of the 2 different peaks that we see. It would be a matching of looking at that plus the information we have on the levels of that contribution to see how likely it is to observe that profile if they were included in this mixture versus not included in this mixture.
Thank you. We appreciate your very clear answers. And what I would like to ask you now is something that you said early on direct examination. Your DNA testing and your results that you're reporting to this jury, it does not inform you of how a particular biological substance or a nuclear cell that resulted in the DNA profile, how it was deposited on that particular object that appears here in the reports, correct?
That's correct. We cannot determine how the DNA was deposited.
And if I were to tell you and suggest to you that for many of these items that were tested, if they were found combined with other items in a bag, and those other items came into contact with each other, you would agree with me that you can't tell this jury if the biological substance that was tested on one object might not have been transferred simply from another object that it came into contact with in that bag, correct?
Overruled.
That's correct. It could be transferred from one item to another item in a bag.
And would that transfer, that word you just used, would that transfer also occur if two items or more were placed in a single bag, and then that bag was actually compressed by a compactor that compressed that bag very tightly to reduce its size? Would it be even more likely that there would be a, quote, transfer between those two objects of biological material?
Objection to the hypotheticals? Rephrase your question.
Would transfer be more likely if two or more objects were placed in a bag, placed after that into a compactor, and compressed together where the items within that bag were compressed together?
Objection. Same question. Same result.
If two items come into contact with each other, there's a possibility of transfer of biological material on those two items, correct?
That's correct.
And does the possibility of transfer between two items, would it increase if those items are pressed together tightly for a period of time?
I'm not sure if the chances would increase or decrease if they're pressed together, but if two items were to come in contact with each other, there would be a likely transfer of DNA.
So based on all of your conclusions based on all of your observations of the data and the results here, once again, you can't say how any of the biological material was deposited on any of these items, correct?
That's correct.
And you cannot tell the jury, and it's the limitation of the DNA testing, you can't tell when it was deposited, correct?
That's correct.
And for instance, if there is a particular object like a tool, let's say a hatchet, you cannot tell from your DNA testing if that hatchet actually ever came into contact with the biological material.
Objection.
I didn't finish, but maybe I'll start over again. Let me start over again. The DNA testing on a particular object does not tell you that that object was ever used against a person whose DNA profile appears on that object.
Objection. Sustained.
Well, you have told us that the biological substance that was tested does not tell you anything about how that biological substance got on that item, correct?
That's correct. The DNA testing that we do cannot tell us how or when the DNA was deposited on an item.
And I think you told us this on direct, but I just want to make sure I understood it completely. The DNA testing that you conducted here on the biological samples, that can result, the DNA profile can result from any nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct.
And so we heard you refer to skin cells, correct?
That's correct.
And we heard you refer to blood cells, correct?
Yes, except for red blood cells, all other types of blood cells do have nucleuses.
Okay. And so when you are given samples to test, You do not determine in your laboratory, and you can't determine based on your DNA results, whether your DNA results are the result of a profile coming from a skin cell or a blood cell or some other nucleated cell, correct?
That's correct. We would not be able to determine the cell type from which that DNA profile was obtained.
And even though sometimes you might get a sample that's identified as a red-brown stain on an item, especially an item of clothing, even if you got a full profile from that particular stain, you still don't know if the profile you got came from epithelial cells or skin cells versus blood cells, correct?
That's correct. We would not know if it came from any blood cells that were present on that item or skin cells that might have been present on that item as well.
And on sample 7-13.2.1, I think that's the sample that you explained to the jury that it was a mixture of two contributors, correct?
That's correct.
And even though you concluded that it was a mixture of two contributors, you said that due to the limited information, the contributor two, and you put in, you actually referred to it as contributors, and you put the S at the end of contributor in parentheses, contributors, two is not suitable for comparison, correct?
So a contributor is just one contributor. Contributor two is not suitable. The reason there's a parentheses S there is because we use similar conclusions when we have multiple contributors that may not be suitable for comparison. The wording that we use, like I said, it's from our protocols that is designed to sort of kind of cover all different types of DNA profiles that we can see. So in similar conclusions can be written where we would say contributors 2 and 3 would not be suitable for comparison, which is why there's a parentheses S there. In this case, the only contributor that I'm talking about that is not suitable for comparison is contributor 2.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Redirect.
Nothing, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
See you at the side of the bench. Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Roddy.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony that you give in the cause now in hearings to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir.
Right this way. There you go.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure. It's Michael Roddy, R-O-D-D-Y.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for Home Goods.
And what do you do for Home Goods?
I'm a district loss prevention manager.
And can you tell us what is Home Goods?
It's the place you go when you want to buy stuff for your home.
Okay. So I take it by buying stuff for your home, it's a retail store.
It is.
Okay. Now, Home Goods, is it part of a larger corporation or umbrella of stores?
It is. It falls under TJX, which also has TJ Maxx, Marshalls, HomeSense, and Sierra.
And how long have you been with Home Goods, sir?
Home Goods itself, 9 years. TJX, 19.
And can you tell us about your responsibilities for Home Goods?
Sure. At the core, it's really protecting the assets of the company and the business.
And so how many, do you have a geographic region that you're responsible for?
I do. I cover 11 locations.
And of those 11 locations, are you familiar with a location in Norwell?
I am.
What location does Home Goods have in Norwell?
It's store number 122 in Norwell. I believe it's on Washington Street, Washington.
And that store in Norwell, are there any other TJX properties in that same plaza?
There's TJ Maxx right next to it. Same plaza.
Now, sir, are you familiar with surveillance videos that were turned over by Home Goods in this matter?
I am.
And have you had the chance to review them prior to coming to court today?
I have.
Have they been altered in any way?
They have not.
Now, sir, Home Goods, does it maintain its surveillance videos in good faith?
It does.
And does it do so in the normal course of business?
It does.
And when it's surveillance videos, I take it they're recorded digitally, correct?
They are.
So when they're recorded, they're going to a server?
They do.
And who has access to the server of surveillance videos?
Myself, direct reports of mine, and home office loss prevention.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this thumb drive I'm showing you?
I do.
Did you have the opportunity to review the videos from this thumb drive?
I did.
And they have videos from the Norwell Home Goods store for January 2nd and January 4th.
Yes, they do.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this drive with the Home Goods surveillance videos for January 2nd and 4th marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection to that?
No.
I believe we're at 251. Is that correct, Madam Court Reporter? That thumb drive will be is now admitted into evidence. The Home Goods Norwell thumb drive.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, could the Commonwealth publish videos from the drive?
Yes, you may.
So, Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 2nd of entrance? And if you could pause right there, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the camera. It's a public view monitor. When you walk into the building, this is the one you can see yourself on.
Now, Mr. Roddy, the date and time at the bottom for Home Goods, are those accurate or are they off in any way?
No, those are accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video register home? And Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store in Norwell?
So that is the front in our queue line. It's another public view monitor as you're walking towards the registers.
And when you say queue line, so are there items for sale in this line?
There are, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could stop for the record, we're stopping at 1 minute and 16 seconds on the media player. And Ms. Gilman, could you go to the third video, purchase home? Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the register. I believe it's register number 8, and it's a camera right above the registers behind them.
Ms. Gilman, if you could close out of that video and bring us to the fourth one. And pause if you could. Mr. Roddy, where is this in the Norwell store?
So that is an exit mullion. It's in the vestibule between both sets of doors to go outside.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play, please. And Mr. Roddy, what is the time upon exit? If you need to see it again, we could just bring it back up.
Yes, please.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. What is the time upon exit for the record?
9:48 and 2 seconds.
And it's January 2nd?
January 2nd.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, you recognize this document I'm handing to you?
I do.
What is this?
This is a receipt for a purchase on January 2nd.
Does Home Goods maintain its receipts in good faith?
It does.
Normal course of business?
Yes.
And I take it it's generated at the point that the sale occurs?
Correct, once it's completed.
And this was also turned over to law enforcement in January 2023?
It was.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from January 2nd the receipt from January 2nd at Home Goods as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The home goods receipt from January the 2nd is now in evidence as 252.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 252?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have some questions about 252, Exhibit 252. At the top it says TGX. Is that generated internally or is that what's given to the customer?
That is internally.
And so the customer would get a Home Goods at the top?
It would say Home Goods, correct.
And store 280122, is that the Norwell store we were talking about?
Yes, that's the Norwell location.
And now, sir, what does POS 8 mean, POS 8?
That is register number 8, point of sale.
And then cashier, the number, and then there's a name underneath it. What is the significance of that?
The cashier number is the identifier to the associate who's ringing the register.
And sir, are you familiar with the codes with the S underneath them next to the items?
Yes, those are the department numbers.
What is the 35 significant of, S35?
Department 35 is our candle department.
And going further down, what is S75 significant of?
Those are rolled rugs.
What was the total for the sale, sir?
Total's $245.35.
And how was it transacted? Was it cash or charge?
It looks like 2 store value cards were used.
What are store value cards? And I'm sorry, I was interrupting you.
No, those are just, they're cards. They work just like a gift card would work, same thing.
And if we could scroll all the way down to the bottom, there's a date and time.
Yes, January 2nd, 2023, 9:44 and 36 seconds in the AM.
So keeping this up on the redemption area, you had mentioned there are store value cards?
Yes.
So with these store value card numbers, were you able to track down when these cards were issued and where?
Yes, we were.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Roddy, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's another receipt.
It's another receipt, but is it from Home Goods in Norwell?
It is not. It's from Marshall's.
And this Marshall's receipt, what does it have to do with the store value cards?
So this looks like a return without a receipt at a Marshall's in Maryland. So when a return is done without a receipt, the customer receives a store value card, store credit.
And on this receipt, does it denote the last 4 digits of the store value card?
It does.
And so, sir, understanding that, do they bear any similarity to the redemption cards used on your on this receipt that was done?
Yes, it does. On here, it shows the last 4 is 0256, which matched the purchase receipt.
And as a result of being a member of the TGX umbrella, are you able to get access to the marshal's receipts to find out which card was issued in corresponding to the redemption that was done on January 2nd?
Yes, we can see each brand.
And this is the card that was issued, that was one of the 2 cards that was issued to do that redemption.
Correct.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this receipt from marshals as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? The marshal's receipt. Is there a date on that so I can identify it for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. I apologize. The marshal's receipt, sir, before I get the date wrong, can you just...
It is December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Marshal's receipt from December 28th, 2022 is now in evidence as Exhibit 253.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 253, the marshal's receipt from, it's labeled Baltimore receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, what's been marked as 253, where is the location of the marshals?
It shows it's in Baltimore, Maryland.
And this is the type of receipt a customer would receive, right? Because it doesn't have the TGX brand at the top?
Correct.
And what is the name of the customer?
Anna Walsh.
And could we scroll all the way down to the bottom? Pause. I'm sorry. So in there, there's issue of merchandise credit. Is that the card that you were speaking of?
It is.
Okay. And could we go all the way down to the bottom? And, sir, can you tell us what you see as far as a date and time for the receipt?
Yes, it's December 28th, 2022, and the time is 4:30 p.m.
So, sir, that was for one of the 2 cards ending in 0256. Were you able to find an additional receipt that corresponded to the second card?
Yes.
And before I go any further, did that card end in 4563?
It did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sir, do you see this document?
I do.
Is this a TGX receipt that corresponds to the issuance of the card we were just talking about as far as the second redemption card?
It does.
And again, these are kept in the normal course of business and in good faith?
Yes, they are.
The Commonwealth will seek to have this receipt marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor. This would be Washington, D.C. receipt. And can you tell me what type of store this is for? This is TGX at the top.
This one is TJX. That one I couldn't be positive about.
You can just tell me it's a TGX store, but you can't tell me the brand.
Exactly, correct.
But could I mark this as the TGX Washington, D.C. receipt, Your Honor?
There's a date on that one?
Mr. Roddy, can you tell us if there's a date on this one?
There is. Also, it's December 28th, 2022.
Thank you.
Any objection? The Washington, D.C. TJX receipt 12/28/22 is in evidence as 254.
Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit 254, the Washington, D.C. receipt?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, where is the location of this store that issued the card?
It is Washington, D.C.
And if we could scroll down, Ms. Gilman, how much was the card for? How much was issued as far as a card?
$216.44.
And what are the last 4 digits of the card?
4563.
And if we could continue to scroll down, where it says returned refund, is there a date as far as what is the December 2nd date that we're looking at opposed to a December 28th date?
The December 2nd date would be the date of the original purchase of the merchandise being refunded.
And so the date at the bottom, December 28th, is when the refund was actually issued.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Now, sir, you also had the opportunity to review videos from January 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is also what's already been marked into evidence. And at this point in time, Your Honor, I would seek to publish videos from January 4th, Norwell Home Goods Store.
Is that on the same thumb drive?
Same thumb drive, Your Honor.
251?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, could we have the first video for January 4th? And pause, Ms. Gilman. Sir, Mr. Roddy, where is this in the store?
That is the public view monitor again at the entrance.
And looking at the bottom of the image, can you see a date and time?
I can.
Can you tell us what the date and time is?
It is 9:57 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video? Mr. Roddy, what view are we looking at here, sir?
This is another register view right behind the registers.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Can we go to the third video in that file? Mr. Roddy, what part of the store is this?
That is the exit mullion again in the vestibule between the two doors.
And if you could pause, Ms. Gilman. What is the date and time on the video? And for the record, we're at 7 seconds on the media player.
It is 10:07 a.m. on January 4th, 2023.
If you could press play, Ms. Gilman. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Roddy, were you able to produce a receipt for this transaction?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Roddy, is this receipt also maintained the same way that the other Norwell Home Goods receipt is maintained?
Yes.
And does this receipt correspond to the transaction for that video?
It does.
And what is the date on this receipt?
January 4th, 2023.
And at the top, this says TZX, so is that an internally produced receipt opposed to what a customer would see?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this as the next exhibit, Your Honor, January 4th receipt from Norwell Home Goods.
Any objection? The receipt from 1/4/23 from the Norwell Home Goods is now in evidence as 255.
Your Honor, if I may publish 255, the January 4th receipt.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, I have similar questions. Going down the receipt to the body of the goods purchased, what is the significance of 36?
36 is our towel department.
And what is the significance of 68?
68 is our bath mats or bath rugs.
And going down to the bottom of the receipt, sir, how is this transaction negotiated?
It looks like there was 2 SVCs, 2 credits used.
And was one of them the 4563 that you previously testified about?
It is.
And going down to the bottom of the, is there a date and time on the receipt?
There is January 4th, 2023 at 10:05 a.m.
And you said there was a second SVC card. Were you able to find the receipt or the transaction for that in the TGX systems that issued that second card ending in 4481?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Roddy, do you recognize this receipt?
I do.
Is this from a Marshall store?
It is.
And does this receipt show the issuance of the card that you just mentioned, the second card used to transact the sale?
Yes, it does.
And what was the date that this transaction occurred that issued the card?
It was December 8th, 2022.
And where was the store, where was the Marshalls located?
Hingham, Mass.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the Hingham Marshalls December, what was the date again, sir?
12/8/22. Any objection? The 12/8/22 Marshall's receipt is in evidence as 256.
Your Honor, may I publish 256?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, looking at this, what is the address for the Marshalls?
400 Lincoln Street in Hingham, Massachusetts.
And the initial transaction date is what, sir?
The original was December 2nd, 2022.
And going down, sir, what is the first, understanding this is not your store, so you don't know 23s, next to the item, what is the description of the item that was purchased?
Men's Best Brand.
And then the second item that was purchased?
Children's toys.
Now, sir, going down, if we could. Amount due to customer is what, sir?
$155.91.
And there is a merchandise credit number ending in what, sir?
4481.
And going down, sir, going down, Ms. Gilman, all the way to the bottom, the date for it is what, sir?
December 8th, 2022.
Okay, December 8th. I'm sorry, I might have heard you as December 28th, my bad. Now, sir, on this receipt, is there a name for the customer?
If we go up. So on this one, it is a return with receipt where we don't need ID to process those.
So there's no customer name at the top like there was in the prior ones?
There is not.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any cross?
Yes, thank you, Judge.
Go right ahead.
Questions? Regarding these cards, the last couple of cards you just told the jury about. So am I right to just say that, or to suggest that there was some purchases made in or around the Maryland, D.C. area at some point in December?
Yes, I'd have to see it again. I'm not sure if it was a purchase or a return.
Okay, purchase or return. But there was a transaction.
Yes.
And then whoever transacted that transaction, it's not a very good way to put it, but whoever did that, they eventually got some store credit that was applied to that card, right?
Correct.
And then they walk out of the store with that card, right?
Correct.
And then that card, of course, finds its way down to Massachusetts, and that card is eventually used in Massachusetts sometime around January of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Nothing unusual about that if a family is trading cards back and forth, correct?
Correct.
Did the Commonwealth, the state of Massachusetts here, did they ever ask you to try to get video of those transactions that occurred in December, for instance, from those Washington area?
From myself, it wasn't home goods, so not from myself. If it was from a Marshall's or TJ's district loss prevention manager, I'm unsure.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to suspend there for today. I thank you for your work today. I bring you some updates with regard to the schedule. Tomorrow, I'm going to have you return to the courtroom an hour later because I don't want you waiting around for me. I need to attend to other matters that don't require your attention, and so I don't want you waiting around for me to be clear. So you get a little extra time for yourself tomorrow morning. Be here for a 10 a.m. start. I expect, although I don't really know for sure, but based on what I now know, I expect that we may finish the evidence tomorrow early. And so you may have a shortened day tomorrow. I just tell you these things to keep you as best informed so things don't come as a surprise to you. They happen that way. Right? So that's the update on the schedule for tomorrow. I wish for you all a good night. And while you're having a good night, I remind you of your responsibilities, those orders. Don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about the case. Don't go on any social media or any news media of any kind. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in this case. Have a good night. See you back here at 10.
All rise for the court, please. There is closing notebooks. Follow me.
I don't have anything other than what we've discussed previously about your responsibilities of getting things to me. Other than that, I have nothing on my radar for tonight, anyway, before we suspend tonight. Does anyone need to discuss anything else?
Not from the Commonwealth, Your Honor.
Not at this time.
All right. Well, all of you have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Goodbye.